introduce themselves are suddenly thrown into an unthinkable nightmare. Rayfield, Calm, Irene, and Chef are forced to race the encroaching shadows that mean to consume them. Finding temporary solace in a foreboding manner, our adventurers come to quickly understand that there is more to uncover here than what meets the eye. Left with no choice but to explore, the group discovers an illusion of a grand feast, to which they all decided against partaking in. Light uncovers the truth of the room, revealing a rotten, grotesque spread of spoils and filth. Continuing on, members of the party start to hear voices and crying, specifically Chef and Irene, sounds of which Calm and Rayfield cannot hear. Startled at the sound of a crying child, Irene urges the group to follow the sounds and provide aid. Before following the others, Rayfield decides to take a quick peek inside one of the doors downstairs to find multiple predator eyes staring back at him. Before anything else can happen, he quickly decides it's not a good idea to enter and runs upstairs with the others. The four adventurers then split into pairs to cover more ground. Rayfield and Calm went in one door, while Chef and Irene explored another. Old friends Rayfield and Calm discovered a letter written by Clara, as well as a hidden door with a slot for a key item. Chef and Irene entered some sort of music room wherein the two were entranced, not of their bodies, and forced to live out a memory from the past. Yet again, the name Clara could be found on the sheet music. The group resisted the many voices and cries that could be heard in various rooms and from other floors of the manor before proceeding to the third floor. Irene stopped dead in her tracks as she beheld her father's armor before her. Bewildered, she approached it, desperate to understand how and why this armor was there. As she approached, the armor came to life and attacked her, shoving her back with fury. With no time to think through and process what was happening, Rayfield swiftly dodged out of the way, sending Irene crashing through the baluster and plummeting to her fate. That's my review.
Awesome. Very
Yoon,
cool. I like the way you did that.
I appreciate the softening of responsibility there on Rayfield. I
You're
really
very welcome.
appreciate
You're very welcome. Yeah. He's great.
it will be made up post haste.
Shut Mr. Hard, don't worry.
It should have been done so quickly that like maybe it's imperceivable. Anyways, perfect.
I'm
Does
just gonna
anybody
say-
have it all sounds great. Does anyone have any notes or something that you guys just want to like say, hey, this was important or this was important or just something like that? Everyone feel free to
We
pitch
have
in.
4 hours remaining.
Very good. And if you took down your 6-sided die or you didn't have one or you're counting another way, make sure you put 4 at the top because the hour hit as Irene was falling.
Mm-hmm.
Cinema.
Boy.
Any other notes from anyone?
We are looking for a not quite a key, but a key that would fit into like a gem style slot for the hidden doorway behind the bookcase.
Right on. Very cool.
That's my other big thing that I had in my notes.
That's huge. Awesome. If anyone else doesn't have anything else to say or add to that, then we'll move on. So we are in our map here. Hopefully it took you somewhere nice and you can scroll up top right corner. You'll find all your characters on the 3rd floor. Irane's currently plummeting down, and usually people reach terminal velocity pretty quickly.
Yeah, you said it's 3 stories up, right?
3 stories up, yep. So what we're going to do is, as soon as this happened, as soon as he animated, you guys saw this just, really old, cobwebbed armor that Irene said was her father's. She walked up to it, and the animated armor pushed her along way too quickly until it pushed her off. The banisters broke, and Irene is now plummeting. But now it all sets in. The surprise is done. And you guys realize that you will have to overcome whatever is in here, obviously trying to kill you all. And so we will go to combat. We will roll initiative. And for anybody who is new to that, that is a roll of a d20. That is a roll of a d20, and you add your initiative to it. You also can find it on your character sheet, right, in the spot that says initiative. And so you roll that once. And cool thing is, if you roll in that 20, let me know, because something cool happens.
How did I figure how to roll initiative? What the fuck?
It's next, to
Yeah.
it's next to your armor class.
Oh, right, yeah. Duh, it's right there. Smile. Oh, 13. Oh, very close to a 1.
I'm only 18 away from a nat 20, people.
I got a 15 for Rayfield.
You said you got a 15 or?
Yep, 15 for Rayfield.
15 for Rayfield. We see a 13 for Calm, 7 for Irene. Chef, what'd you get?
And a 2 for me.
2.
Yeah.
And then the Chris backup character that I have here, I'll have to ignore.
Yeah,
Somehow
you can actually
snuck
honestly,
into
God,
my. It's fine. It's snuck into
delete
my
that motherfucker.
initiative. Oof. So, usually, I like to experience the first roll in initiative pretty random, right? Obviously, you guys can count your numbers amongst yourselves, but with the monsters or the creatures, whatever they would be, I let them go. In a mysterious manner, but obviously you'll pick up that there is a rhythm to the madness, right? That they obviously got higher than someone, or you know what I mean? Probably go after somebody. But for the first, I like it to be kind of a surprise, right? I let them just do their thing, and then afterwards, I'll talk about who's going next, right? In regards to the players. So I can't stop you guys from keeping track of when the monsters go, but I'm just not going to aid in it. You get what I'm saying? I'm not going to help you. So what happens here is the animated armor pushes Irene. And this animated armor turns to you all and is going to begin attacking again. He is going to look at Rayfield next to him, and he is going to attack him. And I roll a 9 to hit. Does a 9 beat your AC,
9.
Rayfield?
He is okay.
Oh, miss. Awesome. You're going to see him like try to slam at you with one hand, and then almost like he breaks the other arm apart just to, you know what I mean? Like it was stiffened, and he breaks the other arm apart to make another attack at you, Rayfield. Here it comes. Does a 15 hit?
A 15 does in fact hit.
Wonderful. He's going to hit you for 7 bludgeoning damage.
7 hurts. He'll take it.
Yeah. Well, it slams down, probably hits you somewhere. But he does those two, and then immediately Rayfield, you're right up.
Yeah. I'm gonna say that second hit went through because as Irene gets pushed over the side, Rayfield turns and is just looking over the banister as she starts to plummet, so he doesn't even really recognize the danger completely to his side. So he just takes it real hard in the shoulder when the armor comes by. He'll lean over. He'll lean over the side and he'll just give a big like Irene before trying to descend the steps and go after her. And he will take the bonus action dash because I am a rogue, and I can do that as a bonus action.
Sure. Can I hold you for just a moment?
Yes.
So if you were to move out of the range of this animated armor,
Yes.
it
Opportunity
would
attack.
it would take an opportunity attack on you. Definitely, very much so because it was just attacking you as well.
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
will you take that chance?
Actually, what I can do is I can main action disengage, bonus action dash, so
That
that I
sounds
do
awesome.
not provoke an opportunity attack, and I will 60, however far down 60 feet get
All
me,
right, yeah, let's count it.
run
We got to be a
down
little
the
deliberate
stairs.
with this. So you're gonna
So
move
see,
down. We got
20,
let's count it.
25 it looks like to get to the bottom
5,
here,
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. That sounds right.
and then 30 for the next floor. 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. So almost to the bottom. This would be like the bottom floor. 50 more
Okay.
feet to the bottom.
All right, let's go ahead and take your character all the way down there, if you don't mind. Let me know if you lose
Yes.
your character.
Fuck. Hold on.
It's okay, I can do it. Oh, there you go. Skipping floors.
Yep, I got
Perfect.
it.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that should be pretty much exactly where he's at.
So your character would be right here. Perfect.
Yep.
Then, right after that, oh, sorry, where'd my music go? I can't work without my music. All right, calm. You're up next. You see that happens. The armor swings at Rayfield, hits him once. Rayfield takes off, gets out just in time. The animated armor, its eyes look at you. But what do you do? Oh, you're muted. You're muted. Your beautiful voice.
Apologies.
Super rage
Tom
over
steps
it.
in front of the stairs just in case the honorary armor decided to pursue.
Mm-hmm.
Decides this would be the time to try and strike it.
Awesome. Let's do it. Go ahead and
Alright.
roll to hit or whatever you're gonna use.
I got a one.
You got a net. Oh,
That one.
that one's just gonna miss on this animated armor. What's next?
Hmm. I think that's a bad idea.
Nothing's a bad idea. Everything's awesome.
Hmm. Alright, I think a bonus action.
Next is going to be Irene and then Chef. So everyone can prepare.
Then I'd say, uh, damn, I should have done that. No, I think she just stays there. Probably. Nope. She just stays there, looking at
Okay,
what I
cool.
can do.
Awesome. Yeah, you would impart some sort of movement penalty for the animated armor to move past you if it wanted to pursue. So perfect. Um, Irene, you're falling, and there's a split second to decide what you're going to do on your way down. Do you have an idea?
Do. So I am going to use Misty Step.
Okay. Now, that is sick, but Misty Step and these spells and all that, they are usually done obviously when you're standing on your own 2 feet. And
Oh, okay.
your character is coming at a shock of all of this happening, with Laris, with seeing their dad's arm and Laris and pushing you over. And I think that's awesome. Now I'm going to allow it, rule of cool type stuff, but I would want you to roll an Arcana check to pull it off. And that's based on your years of training, right? And you being able to do, to cast your spells, in the heat of the moment. And so you roll an Arcana check and you beat the DC I made up in my head, and we'll see if you can push it.
Got a 14 for Arcana.
Awesome, you'll make it. So on a 14, you just remember all your trainings and using Misty Step and all that stuff, and you're falling down right now, and you will be able to land. You're going to hit the ground a little bit, but not as bad as if you just hit all the way down to the first floor. Where are you Misty Stepping back up to? Would it have been on the second floor? Would it have been on the third floor?
Well, typically it's got to be somewhere you can see. Right. If I'm like falling, I've got to be at least probably like halfway down that stairwell so I can see the second floor. Yeah, I'm probably going to Misty Step over to right on that second floor, off of the stairwell.
Okay,
So
awesome.
kinda...
So it's like you teleport, right? You do the Misty Step and you teleport in a way, but your back still hits wherever you're landing. But it's not going to go splat all the way on the first floor. So with that one, you are just going to take a smaller amount of damage. And that will be just 4 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Yeah, so your back hits there. Is there anything else you want to do? You are now prone, right? You're prone here because your back hits the ground. When you're prone, it takes about half of your total movement to be able to stand up. So if you were to have 30 movement speed, it would basically cut it in half to stand up. So what would you like to do?
I think I'm going to end my turn here.
For sure, on your back?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I'm not really sure. So, like, how would I tell, like, what happened? I'm sorry about, like, I'm confused about, like, the movement speed business.
Yeah, sure.
Like,
Yeah, let's talk about it. No, that's perfect.
okay, yeah.
So first, we're going to choose a square for your character to land in, right? We're going to choose a square. Whichever one you want. This one, that one. So when your character is prone, right? Your characters have to expend a movement to get up because all of these turns, right? Every turn takes about 6 seconds, right? Or basically this whole round. All of this stuff happens in like 6 seconds. So Irene is falling down. She uses her Misty Step. Her back hits the ground over here. And now she's laying on her back. In order for her to get up, she would need to expend some movement. And your total movement, and you look at your character sheet, your movement should be somewhere near the top, and it'll say that you have maybe 30 feet of movement, right?
Okay.
So you can only ever move 30 feet. So if we put Irene in the square, and this is why these squares matter, is because these squares are basically 5 feet each, right? And then I'll pull out this little measuring tool here. So it would take you 10 feet to get to that side, 15 to get through, 20 and whatnot. But since you're on your back, you have to use half of your movement to get up. So 30 would turn into 15. So you could stand up and you can move 15 paces, or you can move 3 squares, which is 15 feet. But that's totally up to you. I just wanted to make sure that you knew you could avoid being on your back.
Right. Okay. So that makes sense. So in casting Misty Step, that did not use any of my movement.
Oh, I'm so sorry. And that might be where I got confused. Does Misty Step use your movement? Can we maybe read the spell?
Okay, so briefly surrounded by silvery mist, you teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see.
Okay, awesome. See, so that uses just 30 feet that you can see. Like, that's just its own unit of measurement. Your spell would specifically mention that you would be using your movement. So,
Got
since
it.
you're not using
Okay,
your
so
movement,
that makes a lot more sense.
yeah.
Yeah, in that case, I will stand from being free. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, cool. So then you now have 15 feet of movement left. So, would there be anything else you want to do with this?
No. Nope. I'm gonna stay put.
You're going to stay there? Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, Chef, my friend, you are up next.
All right. So
Whoops.
Chef,
yeah.
having witnessed all of this, is going to turn and snarl at the armor and says, "You're not going anywhere," and takes his unarmed attack against this beast.
Wonderful. Now, let's take a look. Everybody take a look at this. Calm positioned herself right here on the other side of the animated armor. Chef, it was already here, right? And so because this character is flanked on either side, right? Chef is going to be able to, and hopefully you guys remember I was talking about this thing like ambusher's advantage, right? Where Chef will now be able to roll with advantage on his attack roll because Calm is on the other side of him. So, Chef,
Did
whatever
Calm not
attack.
get it?
Calm. You know what? Shit. Calm would have totally have gotten it. I just forgot.
But
Sorry.
yeah, for now,
Yeah,
that's fine.
Sure. So Calm would have gotten it. So if you do this, or let's say, let me grab the characters. You do this. That works, right? As long as this character is in the middle between you two. Okay. I like to, and again, the ambusher's advantage would give you, if you want to, Calm, because nothing would change. If you want to just roll your attack one time, nothing would really, you know what I mean? I don't think
Okay, yeah.
the story here would still be true. So go ahead and roll. We'll just see if you did damage. So you'll just roll one more time. See if that
19.
hit.
Mhm.
Awesome, cool. So 19, and then go ahead and so that would have hit. So now go ahead and roll your damage.
6.
6, awesome, perfect, and that's slashing damage.
Yes.
Awesome, perfect, cool. So I'll take the 6. So Chef, so we're back to you. That's resolved. So Chef, you would have the opportunity to do that now, but since and after you do it, Chef, the animated armor is not going to have advantage on him because it's kind of like he would move out and be able to see both of you guys getting ready to attack him. Are you guys picking up what I'm putting down? He would be aware
Okay,
at that
so there's
point that
only
he's being
like
attacked from
one
2
instance
points.
of ambush.
There's usually only one instance of ambush. Calm would have gotten it for free, and then Chef, you would have gotten it as well. But now, because you're in the game now, right? The animated armor almost was not paying attention to you, so we kind of move with that little flow. So, Chef, you can make the attack, and if you guys read it, it's mainly to stop it from being so boring in regards to only ever putting 2 people on either side of an enemy, you know, because then the combat just turns very generic most of the time. But I like it here. So, Chef, roll your attack. Roll it with advantage. See what you get.
No need for that. I got a nat 20 to hit.
Ah, perfect. Okay, awesome.
Nice
So,
work.
so when you get a nat 20, you essentially add up the max amount you could have done with your attack, right, Chef? So take a look at what you were rolling for, right? And then add it up to its max. Like, hey, what would I have gotten in a perfect world? Because this is that perfect world. So what'd you get on that one?
So the first hit would be maxed 11 damage. So and then
You
the
would have
second
to-
hit would just be like a. Sorry.
Sorry. And I'm just asking because, so you're doing 2 attacks or you're doing 1 attack right now?
Right now it's just 1 attack.
Okay, awesome. So that first attack would have been max damage, and then we're not talking about really a second attack. We're talking about like a rolled like the rolled damage output, right? So the first attack would have hit, but now you need to add what the best, you know what I mean? Like add what could have happened, right? The best possible thing that could have happened, and then you're basically your max damage, and then you roll your secondary one, and then add them together.
All
You know what I'm
right.
saying? It's kind of
So-
like it's not you doing 2 attacks. It's you doing an attack that's so perfect that you give it the max amount of possible damage it could have done, and then you roll again to see what you would have gotten, right? And then you just add that together.
Okay. Am I still rolling with 2 damage dies? Like it's just with that and like the bonus max damage that gets added to that.
Here, I'm gonna take a look at your character sheet with you. So just to explain this a little bit better. So your character, your attack that you're using an unarmed strike.
Yeah, with unarmed fighting.
Okay, so you're actually right. So you're actually just using unarmed fighting, right? Unarmed fighting because you want to get the 1d8 plus 3, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. So that would have been, you'll just add that together, right? The best you could have gotten would be an 8 plus 3. So that'd be 9, 10, 11, right? And then
Right.
roll that. Let's see what that would have been.
Ah. Jesus. Okay.
It would have been a 6.
So-
So now 11 plus 6. 17.
All right. Cool. All right, that is 17 damage. And for his bonus action, he's got a cool little racial trait called Bear Hug, where if he takes an action or an attack as an action, he can roll an additional attack, and if that lands, he can grapple whoever's being attacked by him.
Awesome. And does that feature get used up? Is it like a 1 a day type of thing, or is that just a thing he has?
It's scale. The amount of uses scales based on his con, which is 3 right now.
Awesome. Perfect. Cool. So then just make sure you keep track of the amount of use that you make, like, for whatever rules they have. So you take 17 bludgeoning damage, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Perfect. You're seeing you're like denting in this armor. So go ahead and take your bonus action. Let's see what happens.
All right. Question though, I didn't
Yeah.
think of this. Would I be using unarmed strike for just the regular unarmed strike for that bonus attack, or would I be using unarmed fighting?
Unarmed
think we would-
fighting. Let's see. If you aren't wielding any weapons, start each of your turns. Let's see. I wonder
'Cause the
where
language of
unarmed
the-
fighting- Your unarmed strikes can deal bludgeoning damage equal to 1d6 plus your strength modifier on a hit. If you aren't wielding any weapons or a shield when you make the attack roll, the d6 becomes a d8, so that's what it is. At the start of each of your turns, you can deal 1d4 damage to one creature grappled by you. Okay, I see. So you're doing it correctly right now. So you're using the 1d8 plus 3 to make the attack because you are not being held down by weapons or armor, right? That's the rules. So that's why it's a d8.
Armor? Oh, Jesus.
So,
Hold on.
oh, sorry, it's while you're not wielding weapons or a
Or
shield.
weapons or
not
a
armor.
shield, yeah.
Weapons or a shield, sorry. Weapons or a shield.
Right.
So you would still be able, it looks like, the way that I'm reading it, it looks like you would still be able to roll that.
Sounds good. And we got a 12 to hit.
A 12 to hit. Awesome. Let's see if that hits. Opening up windows I shouldn't be. Sorry. So a 12 is going to miss.
Unfortunate. All right, I will end the turn with that.
Awesome. So how did Chef attack this animated armor?
I'm gonna say he just went straight for the chest, just absolute bulldozer of a fist straight into the center of this armor.
Awesome. Yeah, you dent into the back of the armor, and you do so much that you would have felt or heard anything if there was anything inside of it. To which, Chef, you do not. this armor is hollow. Um, Anything else from Chef?
Could I relay that info to Calm?
I say within 6 seconds, you would be able to say it's empty or something like that. But you choose. It's basically we can't have full conversations, but we can say something quick, right, with our turn within our turn.
All right. He comes to that realization and yells, "The armor, it's empty."
Awesome. As you hit this armor, Chef, it like you see it like lunge forward towards Calm still, like got boosted by that attack. Not really though. And you see it come right for you, Calm. It's going to make a slam attack at you. Does a 13 hit? Sorry if you're muted.
Yes, it does.
It does. Okay, awesome. So you see it bring its two hands up to you and like it runs forward and it's like its elbows and its forearms just slam onto you. It's gonna hit you for 7 damage.
Got it. 8 hit points left.
And as it does, its hands are gonna reach for your throat, and it's going to make its second attack at you. Does a 7 hit?
No.
Awesome. Hey, yeah. How do you dodge this attack when the hands come at you?
I think it's more of a parry.
Awesome.
Just brings her sword up, just holds it in front of her, just smacks the second hit away.
Very
Steps
cool.
back a little bit.
Very cool. Awesome. The armor's turn is going to end. We're down to Rayfield. Rayfield, you saw a little elf disappear right in front of your eyes.
Yep,
Yeah.
and now you just where are they?
Rayfield overshot it a little bit. He was, so focused on the fact that she was gonna drop, straight down, that by the time he realizes she should have been there, he's gone too far. So he is going to go back up the stairs, and that would be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 25 to get to about, I would say here. And I'm just gonna dash him as the bonus action again, because why not? So 30 to get to here. Gonna come up to Irene and just be like, I don't know if she's able to respond out of turn or what have you. He's just gonna like look past her almost and look up the stairs before looking back to her. Irene, are you all right?
Yeah, she kind of, she's pretty out of it right now. She's not really, her eyes are kind of darting around, and she's not really. She's like, I think so, but
Here.
her mind is clearly somewhere else.
Yep.
Awesome.
He's gonna go to his hip for a second, and with his main action, he is going to pull out a potion. Here, I have this, and if I can use my action to have her drink it, because it's technically a spell.
So okay, so it's a spell. All right, for sure. I
Yeah,
hear
this
you.
is just
okay.
the flavoring.
Okay, cool. So
It's that or like splashing it on.
I got you. No, you're totally fine. Perfect. Thank
Uh,
you for telling me it was a spell. So
Yep.
on spells, on any healing spells, right? We roll a d20. There's nothing added to it. There's nothing crazy. Rayfield will roll a d20 right now, and if you get a nat 20, then she gets maximum healing from it. Beyond that, any spells that are worth healing or that do healing, you roll for them.
You're never gonna believe it. I got a natural 16.
Wonderful. So go ahead and roll that sucker. See what that little vial. Is it a potion?
It is cure wounds.
Awesome, cool. Let's see what that potion, how potent it was.
That is 7 potency right there.
There you go. So Irene, you
So
go ahead
here.
and
Drink this.
I take the vial and I drink it gratefully. Thank you. And she says that sincerely.
Yeah, and
Awesome.
just whatever hurt was coursing through her body from that fall is just gonna, sap away real quick.
At least the physical hurt. So, anywhere else you're moving?
Um, yeah, and after he does that, he will just go by her and just go back up the stairs. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 would get him to.
So that was a bonus action dash with an action for
Yes.
the spell. Okay.
Yep.
Hurt.
And so he would get back up to like here, not quite in range of the armor yet.
Awesome. Okay. Do you end turn?
Yep. Would Irene be able to move through / past my character? I don't want to block.
Yes,
whatever's going on.
with difficult terrain rules. So basically, you would count as 10 feet to pass through.
Okay. And in that case, I'll end my turn right there.
Awesome. Perfect. Okay. Calm. You're up. Dorian comes right into view. Rayfield comes right into view. What do you do?
He doesn't spare a glance at him. Instead, he's a lot more focused on
Mm-hmm.
the fight in front of her.
Mm-hmm.
She makes another attack. She raises her sword. Hopefully, this one hits.
All right.
12.
12 does not hit. You see the armor.
Raises it up.
You see the armor move right by, like the attack, like it spaced out because Chef and Calm are like in front of it, and it like moves, and your blade just swings right past this armor. Anything else?
I think.
Irene, you're up
Round.
next. Go ahead.
I think Calm rounds it. Uh,
Cool.
tries to shove it.
Awesome. So, is that shove a bonus action?
Oh shit, you're right. Actually, that means that was a bonus action. I guess she kind of holds it there. I suppose just
position.
let Rayfield in. Yeah.
Very cool. So, no other movement from you?
Yeah. No other movement.
Perfect. Cool. Irene, how are we looking down there?
So, I'm going to move back up the steps, or the stairs rather. So that's like 15 feet right there. And then maybe another
So that's 15 right here.
5. Get like, okay, this is 15 right here. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna move like past Rayfield.
15, 20. Let's see. I know this is imperfect because it's a stair. So you're at
Right.
25. We'll say 25. Oh, wait. Sorry. What the heck? 15, right? That's what we were talking about. 15.
Yeah.
20. 25, 30. So you would be able to be like right here. As close as you can into a box,
Perfect.
preferably.
Is Rayfield
there
not
you
in
go.
the box?
You're not, but it's imperfect. We're on a staircase, so you should be up just right there. There you go. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Okay, and then I am going to cast Guiding Bolt on the armor.
Okay. Let's do it.
The 14 hit.
14. A 14. A 14 does not hit. Well,
Yeah.
it does. It does, but it's almost like the light bounces into the helmet and bounces all within it until it dissipates.
Wow. Okay, yeah, her eyes are just burning with fury. She is really pissed. Okay. And she's gonna end her turn there.
In turn. All right. We are at Chef.
So, after witnessing Irene's bolt fail to do anything, does he pick up on any resistances to certain damages that this armor might have?
No, it's almost like it wasn't affected at all.
Ah. All right, we're going back to plan A. We are punching this thing again.
Okay, right on. Let's do it. This one won't be with advantage. It's aware about you and calm.
That is a 12 to hit.
A 12 misses. How does
All
that
right.
miss?
I think we'll be going in for another bear hug as well.
All right. Very well. So, does the bear hug require that you hit on the first one?
No, it only requires that the action you took was an attack.
Thank you. Perfect. Cool.
And also, I missed with that too.
Oh, this animated armor is aware of you, and it starts to move out of pace, move out of just enough space. It is now his turn. It is going to attack Chef. Chef.
Yeah.
Does a 10 hit?
Oh, it does not.
Does not. It's going to strike at you again. Does an 11 hit?
It does not.
It misses both of its attacks onto you, and we are to Rayfield. See, this armor's trying to get a hold of Chef. What do you do? You might be talking, but...
Yep, I was talking. Rayfield is just going to move past Irina here.
Cool.
And because I have not yet attacked him, would I get the ambush
You got it.
if I'm stuck?
You got it.
Very nice. So I will roll with advantage on his... Ooh, actually. So it would be better for me to use the rapier, but because I don't think a rapier would do much to a piece of armor, he's instead going to pull another bottle from his waist, a little blue vial with a piece of ice in it, shake it up, and just punch it right into the thing. Not actually punch it, but just
Yeah.
real forceful thrust. And it will be frostbite. So he will need to make a con save with a DC of 12.
Very well. Here we go. It passes with a 19.
Damn. And that is going to be a Saber Suck spell. So that'll
Oof.
be it.
Awesome.
Yep.
You see that ice
And-
crystallize for a moment, but then it just all comes back.
Yep. And then he will finish by just using the rest of his movement to sidle over here. Oh, I don't get a reroll on it because not an attack like that.
It's not an attack like that.
I don't suppose I could have him reroll his con save.
No. One of those
Yeah,
things
it's-
where it's like the melee advantage.
Yep, fair. It would have been better, but what's a rapier gonna do to a piece of armor?
Who knows? Calm.
Yep.
You're up.
Alright. She's kind of had enough of this thing, so she's gonna curse it with her Hexblade's curse.
Mm-hmm. What does
So
that
that'll
do?
give me- It against the cursed target, you gain +2 bonus damage rolls. Score could have hit on a roll of 19 or 20, and regain 5 HP if it dies.
Very cool.
So there's just a rune that just imprints onto the armor. More of a sigil, I should say.
Very cool. I like that.
Almost branding it a little bit. And she's gonna roll to hit with her greatsword. Or light greatsword, I should say.
Let's do it.
So... 20. A nat 20. Nat 20.
A nat 20. Wonderful. So, go ahead. And if you need to say it out loud, just so you know you're doing it right, let me know. Or just say it out loud. Feel free.
Yes. The nat 20. She said it is. So she has the first hit is 11.
Right. The first hit
because
would be the
it-
max.
sorry, hit die, I should say. First
Right.
hit die, damage die, I should say. And then. Okay, well, it for when you get a crit on the D&D Beyond, it gives you like 2d8 plus 3.
Oh,
I'm
does
like-
it? I'm so sorry if it's
Yeah.
doing that for you guys. So just don't even
That's
think
fine.
about
I think-
that.
Yeah,
Don't even
I'm
think
just
about
I just
that.
rolled it and then they both rolled a 2, so can I just take the 2 plus 3
So
instead of the 2? But it would
oh,
have been
you're saying
4.
because it
It
rolled
would've been-
double? I see.
Yeah, I
see.
rolled double 2. Might as well just take the 2 at that point.
Perfect. So
Or do you want me to roll it again?
we'll do. So it's a 1d8 plus 3, right? 1d8 plus 3
Yes.
is what the max is, and then you would roll the damage. It rolled something for you. I don't know. Honestly, I would just ignore it and just go ahead and roll another
Roll
one.
again?
Just
Okay,
see
just
what
making
it see
sure.
what it could have been.
7.
Perfect. So
So I
your
do
max was
it,
11
8.
plus the roll 7.
Mhm. And I do plus 2 damage to it because of
Wonderful.
so I did 19. Oh, sorry, no, 20. 20 damage to it, I
Awesome.
believe.
Very cool. Go ahead and describe their demise to me as Calm finally puts his armor away.
She just plunges her sword right into the chest plate, goes straight through it, and then it's stuck on it, so she forcefully kicks the midsection, and the tumbling armor pieces just fall down the stairwell.
Awesome. Awesome. So yeah, you kick it off, and then the armor. You guys see the armor almost becomes lifeless as soon as Calm pushes the sword into it, and as she kicks it off, you see almost all of the pieces fall apart in front of you. Irene, it's like
Nice.
when it's kicked off and you see it falling, this isn't your father's armor. This is just regular house show armor.
And with that, I heal plus 5 health.
Awesome. You see all the armor clatter and hit the ground. Clink, 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 clink. And you guys are officially out of combat.
Woohoo! Nice work, Yasmin.
Chef, seeing the display of prowess, just almost slams, comes back down with a big paw, saying, "Well done, my friend. Well met."
Mom doesn't really react. She just kind of exhales out of her nose, like one of those big dog size. Pulling her sword close to her again as it glows.
Very.
Rayfield's gonna turn to Irene and just put a hand up to her, not quite touching her, but just like hovering on the shoulder a little bit. Irene, what happened there?
She sort of turns to you, and you can see her eyes are sort of welling up with tears, and she's trying hard to kind of blink them away, and you can tell that she's sort of like a bit hesitant to talk about whatever that was, so she just sort of says simply, I thought I saw something that wasn't there, I guess.
The hand will come down and just lightly go on the shoulder, and he'll just say, whatever that might have looked like, whatever it is you saw there, I don't think it was real. I think this house is just trying to get into our heads. I wouldn't take it to heart.
She sort of finds comfort in that and smiles weakly and nods her head, and she puts her hand on yours that's on her shoulder, and she says, "For what it's worth, I really appreciate you coming after me."
I'm sorry I got out of the way. My mind in the moment. I'm sorry.
She sort of chuckles and says, "Well, I wouldn't expect you to stick your neck out for someone you just met anyway."
Well, you know, they say that circumstances like this breeds fast friendship.
Chef bellows out a laugh and steps forward, saying, "That's the first truthful thing you've said today, my friend."
Rayfield will just give Chef a look, just like a thanks for stepping in to the moment, and just give his head a little shake before looking over at Calm, just giving her a once over and trying to see where was she wounded, Yasmin.
She got like hit in the side by the armor.
Gotcha. And he's gonna just take his hand from Irne's shoulder and just sort of do the hover hand again in that area. Calm, are you okay?
She kind of chuffs a little, like, huh.
I'm sorry.
But she doesn't she's not dismissive. She's just nods and like, I'm fine.
I'm sorry. I don't have another. He like goes to his hip where he was keeping the healing potions, and he just had the one for now. I don't have another mixture on me.
She shakes her head. She's like, I'm fine. I'm better. She hasn't had the time. Like, out of character, she hasn't had the time to explain how her powers work, and she just got healed from it. Like it salved the wound, so she's kind of putting it off.
Well, perhaps. What time would it be about now, Judo? Like outside, is it getting dark?
Outside, there's not a window here for you.
Oh, true.
Where's your timepiece? No, that out of character. I said out of character.
Now
he needs a little golden, like, click it on the top and it pops open device.
I would say that pretty much your only like idea as to what time it could be would be the grandfather clock, and it's this weird countdown it has going because it's going up to 6. It's going up to midnight, right? And it was at 6.
Oh, gotcha.
But
gotcha.
So that's pretty much what you got. So if you're 2 down, you'd be at what, 8 o'clock now?
8 o'clock, gotcha. So I guess it is getting dark then.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll just, after checking on everyone, he sees that Chef is more than fine over there. Chef was killing it. Rayfield will just look behind him to the this is a door by his back, right here.
Yeah, so let's explain. So if you guys take a look around, obviously this armor is no longer here. There is there are 2 small doors. You have one that leads this way, to the south, we'll say, right? To the west, just west of that, you'll see that there is another door as well. These are all single doors, but here, behind Rayfield, you'll see 2 doors that are large oaken doors.
Yeah. In that case, he will just hook a thumb over his shoulder and say, I know we're still all coming down off of the fight, but I believe we're running out of time. Just as Irene began to fall, the clock struck, which leaves us with 4 hours. Shall we continue?
Chef says, yes, we do have a schedule to keep, don't we? Shall we take our usual groups?
split up differently this time. And he will look at Irene as he says it. This fucking loser of a character.
I love him. Do not talk about him like that.
Calm sees that and she just kind of pushes past him. You're like, I'll go with Irene.
Chef says, "Good, good. It sounds like a plan." And he just drags Rayfield by the collar straight to the door.
Rayfield is absolute like long armed, like looking behind him. But wait, door shuts behind him.
Is there
Alright.
even another door? Yes, there is right there.
Yeah, there's
Awesome.
one right here.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's
So
you
he's getting dragged off.
you got 2 doors here, and then you got these large entrances here. Perfect. All right, let's find out who I'm going with first. Let's see. Awesome. So, as you all split up and you're entering your door, so we have Calm and Irene going through these 2. Rayfield and Chef, where are you guys going? Through which door?
Oh, so
Um,
2 doors. Up to you, Chef. You're the one.
I guess we'll say whichever's closest, so we'll go down.
Awesome. We'll go to this one. Perfect. Calm and Irene. We're on you guys. You guys are headed to these grand doors that are looming tall. You see their frames are enclosed with dusty but beautiful stained glass windows. See, each pane as you walk up is etched with an intricate design that resembles, windmills. But now they're set with a thick veil of grime. Though you see this like dusty haze of these doors that have not been opened in much time, you catch a glimpse of something through the windows. A silhouette standing mere inches behind the glass. Behind the silhouette, a dim amber glow. It's still, unmoving. And the mirror side of it has Irene's muscles grip. You've seen that amber glow before. You see that the air around you both still thickens, and you both feel very, very cold. Your breath fogs the glass panes as you look through the mirror, through the window. Sorry, some upstairs neighbor fucking did body slam. Okay. Sorry. Where was I? So your breath fogs these glass panes, and you hear distant house creaks and whispers. Though you've heard this whole time you've been in this house, it just feels like it's coming from this room now. And you see the form behind the window as it almost stares back at you. You feel your heartbeat move, and now it's both of you. And you feel this dread, and sweat comes to your forehead. The silhouette had looked away for a moment, but now begins to turn its head towards yours. And then suddenly, as your eyes would meet, the shadow evaporates, and the house is quiet once more. And your heartbeat slows once again, and all that's left in front of you is the doorknob. Do you guys enter? I assume I heard a yes. I'm not sure though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Calm takes point, as she's wont to do.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. So let's get you all in there. Um, whoopsies. Perfect. All right. So you guys go ahead and move your characters in here. You enter a dusty, cobweb-filled master bedroom. You see there are burgundy drapes over the windows. You see there is a four-poster bed with, embroidered curtains. There's a little gossamer veil that stands against the center of the wall. The door facing the foot of the bed, which would be this one right here, has a faded full-length mirror mounted on it. In the right-hand corner of the room is a small wooden door, and that is over here. Thank you for doing that. A tarnished metal button is set into the wall beside it. You see a rotting tiger skin rug lies on the floor in front of the fireplace, and you see above it a dust-covered portrait of a man and a woman. And as you look at it, you realize they are the same man and woman from the first floor portrait. You see a web-filled parlor in the southwest corner that has two chairs and a table, and will hold several, dining items, as well as a door with a dark, dirt-flecked window. And I'm so sorry, the little door that we talked about earlier should have been right here, and this is the dark-flecked door that leads, almost like to the outside. Sorry, I think that's it. Anyway, sorry. The room also contains a pair of matching wardrobes. You see, yeah, they're over here. They're obviously padded chairs. There's vanity, and as you guys walk into this room, can you both give me a perception check?
Yes, sir. 18.
Wonderful.
Being
I'm so sorry, Ernie. It's kind of hard to hear you. I think for the
so
last-
sorry.
There you go.
16.
Okay, awesome. Both of you catch a glow of amber light. You see that this comes from a jewelry box that sits on the vanity. So feel free to move around. What do your characters like to do?
Irene is going to investigate the jewelry box.
Perfect. As you investigate the jewelry box, right next to it, Colm, you see that there's like a roll of parchment that it looks like it's sticking outside of that jewelry box. And Irene, you pick up this jewelry box and you just open it.
I'd like to just kind of inspect the outside of it first.
Sure. And what are you looking for?
Just, the house kind of plays tricks on us. I just want to make sure that it's not like a suspicious, evil jewelry box, so to say. Do I see anything? Do I see anything dangerous and anything that pops out to me as a little suspicious?
No, I don't think. I think this jewelry box would be very unassuming.
Okay, sweet. I would like to open the jewelry box.
Wonderful. As you open the jewelry box, you see in it is filled with grain. This note sort of falls out that was inside of it, hits the desk, and you see what's been catching your eye this whole time is an amber shard resting in the center of the box. It looks just like the size of the pseudo key that you have all been looking for, and it glows with an amber light.
Pick up the shard and I turn to Calm. I think that this is what we're looking for that that door downstairs.
Tom just responds with a nod, and then but her eyes are trained on the. I think there was a note that fell out, right?
Yeah, yeah. Did you pick it up?
Yeah. So she walks over next to Aaron and grabs at it, tries to read it.
Perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna post that in the chat if you want to read that as calm.
Yeah. She takes it in hand. Rasha, I have selected you as the beast's custodian in my absence. Should the beast grow unruly or show signs of agitation while I'm away, I have left this amber shard to weaken it and soothe its fury. Should the need arise, represent the shard and speak the beast's name. If you speak with conviction, it shall obey you in my stead, if only for a time. But be sure to be gone from the house before it awakens fully at midnight. So long as the beast draws breath, not you, is the heart of the house. And no meal shall ever sate its appetite. Should you linger in its domain, it will mean doom for you all. Elizabeth. And then, so she puts the note down, just turning to Aaron and we have to learn the beast's name, I suppose.
Irene nods, and a shiver visibly runs down her spine. It sounds like an ominous note. We better find that name fast.
Is there anywhere else?
There was
you guys would
another.
Mhm.
Wasn't there another? Because this fell out of the. The note fell out of the jewelry box, but you said there was like a parchment.
That was the same parchment.
Oh, okay.
Anywhere else you guys would like to?
Guess Comp takes this opportunity to light all the,
Oh, awesome! Light up the candles. Perfect.
Mhm.
Cool. Awesome. You have a good view of the room. You as you start lighting the candles, calm. You see that the bed. You see that the bed has a large, blood-stained kitchen knife driven into one of the pillows. Irene, I just want to. Would your character react to that, or?
I'm thinking. I was
No
thinking a
worries.
little bit.
In the meantime, Irene, what would you do?
Oh,
Or are
sorry,
you ready?
which side is the is it like? I think she walks up to the side of the bed,
Mhm.
peers over it. She doesn't grab at it, but she tries to observe if there's any markings or anything inside on the blade or anything.
On the blade? Yeah, no, you just see that
Or
it's
is
like
it
yeah, you just see that it's just a regular old kitchen knife, little wooden, just basic craftsmanship of a kitchen knife. You can tell a cook uses this, right?
Mhm.
And
I think
it's just covered in blood.
then she like puts out the green flame on her blade, like tries to lift the sheet with her sword because she's not touching that.
Mhm. Awesome.
Like see if there's anything
Yeah.
there.
You're trying to see if there's anything more, like once you lift the sheet.
Yep.
Yeah. There's nothing under the sheet. Only thing that you see is just the blood-stained knife right in the pillow.
She feels a little unnerved about it, but she kind of turns her back around to join Irene here.
Awesome. Irene, what would you do?
Irene is going to try to open the door that she's standing in front of.
Oh, sure. Right on. As you open the door, let's see here. Just a moment. I'll let your characters talk to each other. Okay, perfect. So as you open the door, you open it to what would be the outside. It's a patio. Patio's empty. And at first you think you're in a room, though, as you see that the chained, fence right here, not chained, but rather, this metal fence in here that has, designs built into it, then give way to something more mysterious. And you see it looks like it's boxing you in, as though there was like something draped over this house. And above you, you see these large, grotesque tentacles reaching out and covering the balconies. And it covers overhead, and you just hear this gross squelching of these fleshy like vines covering the balcony and overhead of you. And you see that it chokes the last bit of light that is left outside, and almost entombs at least this room. But you suspect that it's entombing the whole house. These are thick, like stems of some material that just is obviously organic, colored red and pinkish and bluish and purplish in different areas, but it is just unfathomable as to what it could be.
Irene
I
is
don't
going
think.
to
Yeah.
slowly shut the door and just kind of take a step back. And she's going to look at Calm with a sort of grimace on her face and just kind of slowly shake her head.
She does much the same. She does not attempt to fathom at all. Just she kind of just turns her attention to the other door, just like it didn't happen.
I'm glad we're in agreement on that, Ben.
This door.
Oh,
He
awesome.
walks up to the door with the full mirror.
Perfect. As you walk into the area with a full mirror, you will see behind you a woman, like on the bed, driving a knife, and you'll see like a body of a man almost jerk forward as though it is being punctured, and this woman drives it in the head once and twice and 3 times. As you're looking at it in the mirror, do you turn around?
Yes,
And
sharply.
Irene, you turn around. Calm, do you?
Mm, hmm. I think she does too.
And
They both turn
it's
around.
not there. The woman's not there. The man's not there. You turn back and you look at the mirror again, and it is just as you left it. Just a simple knife stuck into the pillow. If you turn the handle, if you turn the handle on the door, you open it to a empty wardrobe or an empty little coat closet.
Nothing in it. Nothing in
Nothing in it.
particular.
Completely empty.
Calm just closes the door, and she just brings her sword down on that mirror.
Awesome. Cool. It shatters.
Riddance. Ugh.
Alright. Common Irene exit. Wonderful. In that time, Rayfield and Chef, you would have went through this door here, right?
Yep, the bottom one.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Let's go ahead. We'll move your characters over there now. Your characters would be walking into a door, and then eventually would realize that you are walking into a bedroom. You see that dust and cobwebs shroud this elegantly appointed bedroom, or at least used to be. You see that a large bed stands against the far wall. You see these coverings around it are threadbare and faded, and you see that there are, some books around the room. Look like nighttime books. You're familiar with this, and you see there are on the far side of the room. There's 2 more stained glass doors. I believe those are right here. Flecked with dirt and grime, and to the left is an empty wardrobe. The door's slightly ajar. Right here. To the left, it's slightly its door is slightly ajar. You see there's a full-length mirror that also stands here across the bed, and its wooden frames carved to resemble little ivies and berries. But to the right, there is a closed door, the one you're next to, Rayfield. As you look around the room, you notice that the blankets atop the bed lift slightly away from the mattress, as though something is lying underneath the blankets but above the mattress. And as you watch, you can see the coverings almost imperceptibly, but just enough since it's so puzzling. You see that it slowly rises and falls with a low rhythmic rustling. What do Chef and Rayfield do?
So Chef has taken note of this rising and falling in the blankets, yes?
Yes, both Chef and Rayfield.
So Chef puts a finger over his mouth. He directs towards his eyes and then towards the blanket, and then gestures towards his little frostbite bottles just in case something jumps out.
Yeah, Rayfield will instead of pulling for the frostbite bottles this time, he will go ahead and very slowly, as to try and limit the noise as much as possible, pull his rapier from its scabbard and hold it in a ready position for him. And if I could, I'm just gonna go ahead and prepare an action. If something does jump out of those covers, if something moves or anything, he's gonna go for it.
All right, awesome. If something jumps out of the covers, you are going to commit to your action, which is throwing a bottle of something.
No, that'll be with his rapier. He'll go for the stab.
Okay, cool. He will move towards and stab.
Yep. So he's just gonna slowly, circle as both he and Chef get closer. He's just gonna circle around, making sure nothing's moving in the bed, while also, just giving an eye to the room around him. And actually, as he's doing that, he's gonna glance over at this wardrobe real quick and take a look for both the locket type item that they have been looking for, as well as anything else that stands out to him.
Awesome. Just in this moment, as you're circling around here, that would be a little bit more of a committed action. I could tell your character looking at it would just see that it's just a door that's slightly ajar in this small wardrobe. There are probably clothes in there, but that would require a little bit more investigation if you're attempting to go on the other side of this bed to attack.
That's a good point. In that case, he's gonna unready the action, and he's gonna go through the wardrobe proper.
Okay, Rayfield will go through the wardrobe proper. Chef, are you going to do anything with the mattress?
Chef's gonna wait for Rayfield's participation first before he
Perfect.
tries anything reckless.
Perfect. You open up the wardrobe, Rayfield, and you see that this
Yeah,
thing
and
is
just doing this again super slowly as to try and if there's something quote unquote sleeping in
Mhm.
this bed, it's like tiptoeing around your parents' room as they're sleeping.
okay. Cool. Yeah. So let's do a sneak, right? Let's get a sneak in there.
All right. So stealth check.
Yeah.
That is going to be a 14.
Awesome. Awesome. So you'd be able to open this door just quiet enough, or as quietly as you think you could. And as you do, you see that it's empty. What was hanging before was just almost like a dress made of cobwebs stretched from a hanger that was hanging inside. Um, there's almost nothing inside of this wardrobe.
All right, then he's not even going to try for the clothes on it. He is going to, once again, ready in action, stand on this side of the bed and give Chef the curt nod to the go ahead.
Right on. Chef.
And he's
what
just
would
going to follow Chef's action here.
Chef nods slowly, then gestures with his fingers on 3. 1, 2, and 3 as he yanks the covers right off the bed.
Stab!
Is that you, Ray? Is that you, Rayfield, saying that?
No, sorry. That's me saying what Rayfield's doing. Sorry.
Okay.
He's not out of character. He's not saying stab as he's stabbing.
Okay. Chef, you're revealing underneath the sheets, and as you rip it off, you see that there is nothing beneath it except for a blood-soaked mattress and crude hand and foot restraints made from barbed wire tied to each 4 of these poles here that you couldn't see just before. But now in full view, you see that these hand and foot restraints lie empty now, but are just on the perimeter of this blood-soaked mattress.
Chef, in complete bewilderment, takes his attention away from the bed and out of character. Let me see. All right, this right here. Would this be a fireplace?
That would be a fireplace. That would be it.
All right. He's gonna gesture to Rayfield to light that fireplace up real quick.
So before
Yeah,
you do, can I get 2 sanity? Let me get a sanity check from each of you.
Yeah, and that was just a straight
All right.
D20, or was that a wisdom save?
That's a straight. So a sanity check is just a straight D20.
Okay. It's gonna be 15 for me.
15 for me too.
Okay, right on. Awesome. You both pass. You see this blood-soaked mattress. You see the ties to it. Chef, you direct Rayfield to light the fire there. And Rayfield, do you do?
Yeah. Before that, as Chef pulls back the covers, Rayfield's heart is kind of in his throat here as the covers go back. So he will, just start punching the tip of his rapier into this bed and just kicking up, feathers and dust and what have you before, finally calming down and just, taking deep breaths, just like, and just look at Chef for like confirmation that he did the right thing before being told to go light the fire. He will go over to the fire, and he has been in front of plenty of fires before, and he has seen plenty of handmaids and servants make fires. He has never done this in his life before, so he's just going to squat down in front of this fireplace for a long moment before just looking back over his shoulder at Chef, just with just the most pitiful look on his face.
Chef's just going to slightly raise an eyebrow, but just think, good enough. He's going to.
I don't know. Would you mind doing it, sir?
Well, Rayfield will have you investigate in there to see how you would have started. No.
Sure. He really he has never started a fire before, so he doesn't even really
Okay, cool. Yeah, if you
know
would,
the
yeah,
first step.
awesome. So if you would hand it over to Chef, Chef will have you go, if you will.
Chef will huff just a little bit before taking it from Rayfield's hands and getting the job done.
Awesome. Well, you definitely light a tinder, right? Is that what we're doing? We use the tinder box.
Yeah.
Match from a tinder box. Awesome. And as you put your hands to it, you see that Rayfield wouldn't have been able to get this fire started, because all that's left inside this fireplace is bones covered in soot.
Well, Chef's kind of had enough of this room at this point. After peeking those bones, he's going to just scan his eyes around the room for anything that might be useful before heading off into this door over here.
Awesome. Yeah, let's get an investigation check from Chef.
That is a 19.
Awesome. On a 19, you still have these. Yeah, you still have these doors here that you have not checked. You also see that there is like a blue book that is rested near one of the nightstands here. That is just, it looks a little bit out of place. It's not where all the other books are. It's like this person last read this book here.
I think Chef's hands will be going straight for that book first before he goes towards those doors.
Right on. What would Rayfield do?
Yeah, Rayfield is just going to come right up behind him, stand behind Chef as he is going through it, and as Chef pulls the book, Rayfield is just pretty immediately gonna be like, "Oh, might I be able to see that? I believe I actually could read it," implying, of course, that he does not think Chef is capable of such a fantastic feat.
Chef says, well, contrary to your beliefs, I can in fact read words, as he opens the book.
Oh, no. Of course, that's not what I meant. Of course, I just, of course. My apologies.
You take a look at the book, Chef, and you see that this is a copy of a book called Blue Blooded Lips. You read maybe the little synopsis, prologue, but you can tell that this is a story of a peasant woman's romance with a wealthy duke. And it is just one of those books.
Chef's
Little
eyebrows
raunchy-
furrow.
Little raunchy
And-
romance novel.
Chef's eyebrows furrow, and he says, do mothers read these books to your children? And he just looks at Rayfield.
Can Rayfield be like? Can Rayfield see the contents and the cover and what he's reading there, Judah?
Yeah.
Then yeah, his eyes will just widen a little bit as he sees the contents of it, and just give Chef a bit of a bewildered look. No, that's for adults, lonely adults.
Chef pockets the book, thinking it'll at least make good tinder as he goes for one of the doors.
Did we? Yeah. So these doors are going towards.
Yeah.
Is that what Chef's going to? Okay, for sure. Rayfield, you're going to go through the same doors?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. So, kind of unhinge these doors and open up towards you, and you see that it leads outside as well to a balcony where one could sit. But much like On the other end, this patio is also filled with these writhing, large tentacles that have almost entombed this room, or this outer layer, only allowing you to see just the fence around it, and otherwise has had these large fleshy tendrils just cover every mote of light that would come through.
Does Chef get the impression that these tentacles would do something if he threw something at them?
He would not get that impression. It's almost unfathomable as to what this could do.
Well, it's acting as how anyone who is witnessing unfathomable horror take shape in front of them. Chef's just gonna turn his back and just shut the door behind him and says, "Not through that."
Wonderful.
What was in there?
Let me get a sanity check for Chef, and I'm so sorry. Irene and Calm, could you give me one too? I forgot to get you guys to run that.
We have a 5.
Oh,
Okay.
3.
That was Irene with a 3, and then Calm.
Yep.
Sorry.
That's just a D20, so there's
Yeah,
nothing on
just
your sheet.
a 7.
Okay, thank you very much. So sorry, I interrupted you, Rayfield. Rayfield says, "What's outside?" Right?
Yeah, he just, as Chef turns around, he'll just be, putting his hands up quizzically. What was in there?
Chef ponders. He's basically mentally treating Rayfield like a child who was just about to walk in on sex, and says, "I'll tell you when you're older," and quickly pushes past him.
Rayfield. So where's Chef going now? Pushing past them where?
I think he's gonna check behind door number 2 now.
Not scary.
Yeah, Rayfield is just gonna give the door that Chef was looking in just the biggest of looks, kind of forcing himself to not be curious as he will back up and let Chef once again tank the experience here.
Awesome. So the Chef is gonna go walk in there and.
He still is.
And Rayfield, were you here, or you're gonna walk
Yeah,
right behind?
that's
there? Okay,
that's fine.
you're right here. Perfect. Wonderful.
Yep.
Wunderbar. Chef.
Yes, sir.
You walk into a nursery. Please put your character in there. And as you walk into this nursery, you smell a tinge, a warm tinge of a coppery scent. You walk into a room that on the sides of it, etched on the walls, are, and it's not displayed here, but this is what it is, but you see that there is blood red runes that cover these walls. They're arranged in concentric circles around the crib in the center, which seem to have a name carved into its side. You see these strange flesh-like tumors have grown along the floor around it in sparse clusters, and they slowly pulsate as if they're breathing. Looking down, you notice a small object seems to have fallen beneath the crib, and in the distance you can faintly hear the sound of an infant's soft whispering. Seeing all of this and seeing this, like, blood, like these things pulsate in this dark room, can you please give me another sanity check?
That is a 9.
Thank you. this room is dark, and almost the blood feels like it's glowing, but maybe it's just the way that the light's hitting it. And feel free to inspect it. Anything you would like, let me know what you would look at.
Keeping his eyes trained very hard on these little flesh sacks on the floor in case they jump out. Chef's just gonna very quickly reach for whatever object was standing out amongst the crib and just very quickly walk out with it.
Awesome. And as Rayfield, if you're heading towards that room, something catches your eyes in the mirror,
Oh, I was
standing
hoping
right
for that.
behind you as you're walking away. It almost
he is-
freezes you in step.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
And it freezes you in step. We'll cut back to Chef. Chef, you are going. What are you looking for?
You said that there was an object in
Mhm.
between the crib, I think. Well, he's gonna grab that while keeping his eyes trained on the little sacks in case they decide to jump out at him.
For sure. As you look down, underneath to grab the item, you see that you grabbed something small, and as you stand up, keeping your eye around these little pulsating sacks, they're small. I would say they're like maybe about 4 or 5 inches in diameter, but they cover this room, especially around this crib. And as you grab the object underneath it, you feel it almost feels malleable. And as you pull it out and you take a look at it, you see that this is a severed human finger. There are several pieces of flesh stripped from it. Can you please give me a medicine check?
I got a 6.
On a 6, you can identify anything more than this finger being just being like torn apart. And you look at the crib's name, and you see that the name Walter has been lovingly carved into the head of the crib. Give me an Arcana check as you're holding this finger and you're looking at the name.
We got a 15.
On a 15, maybe you've been around in some places, Chef, where you've been around magic that you weren't supposed to have, or perhaps you've heard stories and you've heard tales from your world or from your travels, but you can feel whatever this is dark. Magic that maybe your elders would have told you to stay away from. You feel this dark magic come from these runes that are here in the room.
I think Chef's gonna go straight for this door, dropping the finger.
Awesome. You drop the finger and you walk out and you see Rayfield paralyzed, looking at the mirror. Rayfield.
Yep.
In this mirror, you see a pale, skeletally thin young woman standing right behind you. This woman has all of her fingers and toes removed. Her eyes are sewn shut. The lips and teeth are torn from her mouth. There are countless knife-thin scars that line her entire body, including the flesh from around her wrist and ankles. her hair hacked to a stubble. Give me a sanity check.
That is going to be an 8.
It's disturbing. And you, for a moment, you think it would maybe jump out at you, of course, as things have or threatened you, but in being paralyzed, you realize that whatever this thing is, it is just observing you. Your muscles begin to detense, although the look and obviously the grotesqueness of what has been done to this woman sticks with you. What would you like to do, Rayfield, as you see Chef walk in from outside? From outside the room.
Yeah, Rayfield is just going to, despite the fact he is smart enough to know that this is probably a projection of the house. He knows that if he turns, that she is not going to be there. But just that, that animalistic part of him isn't going to be able to help himself, and he is just going to whirl around, almost clipping Chef with his sword, with how fast and how, almost violently he turns around and is just going to slap his hands together in front of him with the sword and just be shaking, holding it out where the girl would have been.
The woman is not there.
And he will just pause there for a second, tip of the sword, almost vibrating the top because of how hard his hand is shaking. He'll take a couple deep breaths, pull the sword back, and stow it. And it will actually take him a second to stow it because he can't seem to get the tip of the sword in with how bad his hand is shaking. But eventually he does. And he turns to Chef and just says, "I'm leaving." And we'll go right past him.
Awesome. As you
Chef
turn to
familiar
Chef,
with-
did you look in the mirror at all?
Oh, I did not.
Sorry, Rayfield. Like, as you turn to Chef, I don't know if you turned left or right, but would you have looked at the mirror at all, Rayfield, on your way out?
Looked in the mirror again, I would say no.
Okay.
He is now going.
Awesome. Chef, what would you do?
Well, Chef, realizing the face of a man who has seen enough and knowing full well he's wearing that face as well, follows Rayfield right out of that room promptly.
Wonderful.
Seems like everyone had a bad time in their rooms.
Yeah, you all walk back into the room together and you meet at the top of this third floor.
And just an out of character thing. This is almost a thing for everybody. Since we all rolled quite low on our sanity checks, I imagine everyone's wearing a bit of a face as we all exit our rooms here.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think, you and Yasmin?
I think this is the first thing that Calm actually wasn't like, I don't give a fuck, Just like, ugh. She's got deepening eye wells. Still wears that grimace that she's been wearing this whole time, basically. Maybe shifting her eyes a little bit more.
Yeah. You guys meet. Do any of you all talk to each other?
Yeah, where is this fire right here our only real source of light in this room?
It wouldn't have been lit in this case, in this instance.
Oh, gotcha. So I guess in that case, Rayfield is just going to be very close to Chef right now, almost like, honest to God, he might just pushing shoulders with him just so for a little bit of that creature comfort as they walk out of this room. And I assume step into the middle here. He's gonna look across at Calm and Irene and just sort of shake his head a little bit. He looks the part of a man that has literally seen a ghost. He's paler than usual, clammy. His hands, even behind the inside of his cape, you can see him sort of shaking a little bit. But yeah, he'll just shake his head and say, "We didn't find anything in there."
Irene will step forward and greet Rayfield and Chef and hold up the shard, the amber shard that they found. And she will say, "This looks like the shape of that indentation in that door downstairs. I think we should go and check it out."
I think Calm interjects here, shaking her head. No, we have to find the monster's name.
You guys
You read it
find
up.
anything of any sort of name? Anything in the room that you guys were just in?
Chef realized that the crib in the room that shall not be named had Walter written over it. But other than that, he just throws down the porn book on the floor and says, "I'm glad one of us found something useful."
And does he give the Walter name to the group, Modal?
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
what he just said.
Gotcha.
Would that be the name of the beast? Irene turns to Calm and asks this.
It was the only name not on the portrait. And it wasn't exactly, the child wasn't exactly treated. Was the room with the crib unusual? Would you say?
Chef just gives Calm a look that tells everything she needs to know.
Shrugs a little bit. I suppose so.
Okay, so we have a name, we have a shard.
All we're
What do
missing
we do now?
is the food.
No.
Chef, again, dragging Rayfield by the collar, just goes downstairs to investigate anything that they might have missed.
Yeah, he's gonna be protesting the whole way. And wait, stop, help!
Would just follow along.
Awesome. Where are you guys
Irene would
going?
do the same.
They're going downstairs to the bottom floor, I believe. I think we're checking out the kitchen.
Oh, you're going to the kitchen. Okay. Awesome. Everyone take your characters over to the kitchen.
I did it.
Yay.
Might need your help on this one. iPad is not particularly friendly with Owlbear.
I hear you. There you go.
Thank you.
First floor.
And can by the time they get down the stairs, can Rayfield manage to, ungrapple himself? There's a question to you, Modal. Rayfield's gonna be, trying to pull Chef off of him as they go down the stairs.
I would contest that with athletics, yes.
Yeah, okay, let's do it. I'll go acrobatics. I got a 21.
I guess he's escaping this time. I got a 16.
Yeah, so by the time they get to the bottom of the stairs, he will have, pried and just slipped his clothes out from beneath Chef's grab. Stop doing that!
Anything to keep you on track.
He's gonna be like brushing his clothes straight again as he does it. On track. On track? What do you mean on track? I've been following along and doing this ridiculousness this whole time with everybody.
If anybody could like see Calm, they would see like the slightest smile on her face watching us. Like the only true emotion she's let her face show.
Chef just gives Calm and Irene the look of "I'm sorry, my child has done this," and just moves for the kitchen.
Calm, you know,
Rayfield
step
will
out of the
also
way
give
for him.
Rayfield will also give the two of them a look like, I'm sure you two can't believe what that guy just did. I'm obviously in the right here. Despite literally every action he's ever taken.
Calm move to the side so Chef may win.
You guys make it to the first floor. There are a couple doors that you haven't went through. As you guys mentioned, you wanted to explore maybe what you haven't yet. There is the den that would be this way. This like closet. It's like coat closet, and the kitchen.
I believe the kitchen is where we're going.
Cool.
That's
Everyone's going to
sweet.
the kitchen.
Yes, to Chef's happy place.
Awesome. Chef, you walk in, and it is not lit as well here, but you walk into a tidy kitchen. Dishware, cookware, and utensils neatly placed on the shelves. A work table with a cutting board and a rolling pin on top of it. A stone, dome-shaped oven stands near the east wall, and its bent iron stovepipe connects the hole in the ceiling. In the back, you can tell, is the entryway into a tall pantry. You're here. You're at home. All that is here is you have drawers and cupboards and all that stuff that have different utensils and all that stuff lined all around here. But yeah, does everyone go inside?
Irene follows Chef. Out of character, I do have a question really fast.
Sure.
Last time, I believe I casted light on a rune on Chef's head. Is that rune still lit?
I think if you would have focused on making sure that it was lit this whole time, I think that's safe to say you have been doing that. Yeah. I think that spell lasts
Okay.
for an hour. Am I incorrect?
Let me just quickly double check. Spell until the spell ends, object sheds bright light in a 20-foot radius. Light can be collected as you like. Spell ends if you cast it again or dismiss it as an action. Okay.
There should be a duration on that spell. Light shouldn't.
Oh,
Live
yeah, at
forever.
the top. My bad. Okay,
Okay.
yeah. 1 hour. Yeah, you're right.
Cool. So it's safe to say that you would be re-upping it if you wanted to, as it's a cantrip.
Okay.
So.
And you said that this room was not lit.
This room wasn't lit from this, but if Chef walks in, it will be lit. So just want to make sure that we know that any lights that are on technically aren't on unless you guys make the note to turn them on.
Okay,
But
got it.
so you're walking into a lit room. We have Chef, Calm, and Irene in. Rayfield, are you getting inside?
Yes, and as he does so, he will just bear a look back to the lounge door that he was slightly accosted at earlier before slipping in behind them.
Yeah. Awesome. Nothing there from that door. You all walk in and you see, you're here in the kitchen. And in the kitchen, you see that there are a series of knives stuck inside of a like a wooden like they're hanging. You have about 3 knives hanging here. And are you guys going to investigate this kitchen? Which
I
means to
think
me,
we are.
which means to me is if all of you are, I'm gonna ask for a group investigation check. It'll help you search the room quicker.
Don't think so.
I got a 2.
It's gonna be a 16 for Rayfield.
A
So we got-
5 for calm.
For sure. A chef, actually,
13
chef,
for
can
me.
you give me yours with advantage? Because this is you in the kitchen. Irene, you said you got a what again?
2.
2. Rayfield 16. Calm
5.
5. All right. Depends on you, chef. So what'd you get?
And I got a 13.
You got a 13 with advantage.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, so you guys scour through this kitchen, and as you're moving around, looking through the kitchen, you're doing so successfully, checking around for maybe something. You guys hear knives, shing, 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 and all of you turn and you see these knives are floating in the air, unhooked from wherever wall that they were at, and they float in the air and they point towards 3 of you. The 2 of you who are, we're gonna say the 3 who got lowest, which would be Chef, Irene, and Calm. I need you guys to give me a dexterity saving throw as these knives just rush at you. Rayfield, you were able to look around. You saw it quicker than others.
This is Chef's domain. He has gotten a nat 20.
Ooh,
And
awesome.
this is not Calm's domain because she got a nat 1.
Awesome. And Irene, what'd you get for your dexterity saving throw?
15.
15?
Yeah.
Wonderful. So a knife goes right towards Calm. Calm, this knife nicks you in your arm. I am going to roll your damage now. It gets you really good, and it hits you for 6.
This stuck in my arm.
The other knives miss Chef or Irene. Irene or Chef, if you want to explain how they miss you, feel free. Rayfield, the knife didn't go for you.
In that case, he has a full view of, the knives going at the 3 of them, and Calm just getting skewered by her knife. And assuming it is like a big sort of
It's
Like-
big kitchen knife.
butcher knife, yeah.
Yeah.
That's gonna go deep, and it's gonna look like it hurts. He's gonna, go over to her real quick, and be going through his, his pockets once again, being like, Calm. Would you like me to wrap it? But shall we pull it out?
I think, and this is as calm as just like, give me a moment here. You do not pull this out in this instance. do not do that.
Shall we pull it out immediately?
Think, can I make a medicine check? Because I'm pretty sure she needs to like tourniquet this, because that's fucking insane.
Yeah. No, that's deep inside you. So yeah, go ahead and make a medicine check.
She
Good-
grabs
good roll.
whatever.
Could Rayfield also make a medicine check?
I made a 19.
Yeah, I'll Rayfield make a medicine check as well to see what the best way to treat this is.
4.
4. Okay, right on. Calm. You know, if you pull this out like immediately, that you are going to experience bleeding damage. So you
Yes,
need to
especially
you need to prepare with gout, like with wrappings and all that stuff to apply pressure at minimum.
she's gonna. She has absolutely treated herself for injuries such as these. She doesn't always get unscathed from her jobs. So she grabs whatever bandaging that Rayfield might have tried to give her, like wraps it tight around above where she was stabbed, tightening it, making sure it cuts off the blood flow before she uh grits her teeth and just pulls the knife out, then wraps that up
Awesome.
uh
Awesome. Yeah,
quickly.
you're not gonna suffer any bleeding damage. So you did that well. Um, Chef and Irene, how'd you guys dodge your knives? How'd that work out?
The chef just grabbed it out of the air.
Very cool.
Irene just kind of quickly ducks down.
Awesome. You'll see that they just immediately become lifeless. Irene, yours sticks into the wall, obviously, with the same force that went into Calm's arm. Chef, you're able to grab that knife. You know exactly. You've been in the kitchen before, obviously, and you have a good grip on your knife, and so you just catch this right out of the air. And it just becomes lifeless in front of you. No momentum or anything. You guys don't feel in danger now beyond, obviously, Calm recuperating. As that happens, the pantry door squeaks open.
And just a little thing with Rayfield. As Calm is wrapping her arm, he will just be sort of lording over her a little bit, just being like, "Calm, just stay calm. It's gonna be okay." She's doing all of it herself, and he's sort of trying to, almost speaking to himself. It sounds like more than speaking to her. It's gonna be okay. Just keep calm. Just keep calm. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I swear, it'll be fine.
Yeah, she's just kind of ignoring him, mostly because she's focused on what she was doing. But like, she pulls it out, she wraps it up, she's like, I'm okay, it soaks through a little bit, but she lets it bleed out for a little bit, the tourniquet for a while, before she cuts it out. So just she, tensing her arm, puts it away, making sure that Rayfield can see that she's fine for now. She definitely needs healing, but she won't
Calm,
bleed.
can you hear me? Calm, are you okay? Is everything all right? Calm, Calm, are you all right? Speak to me.
She's
Speak to me,
grabbing
Calm.
He's grabbing his lips. Just, I'm fine. And then just lets go. Shaking her head just because he's making way too big of a deal about this.
I thought you were a goner.
Chef and Irene, anything from you?
Well, chef's just not impressed with the craft of this knife at all. He's just gonna toss it to the wayside and go check on the pantry.
All right.
Yeah, Irene's gonna follow Chef to the pantry.
Awesome. Go ahead and walk on in there.
Calm notes that neither of them show any concern to her arm getting stabbed through.
I think
Rayfield's
Rayfield's
showed
doing
enough,
it enough.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
showed enough
Rayfield did enough.
Calm's a
concern for
trooper.
all of us.
I think any more concern and Calm would have imploded.
Comes like one more noise and I freak out. All right. You walk into this pantry, Chef. This pantry has shelves with decorative plates, painted with pictures of windmills. One of the plates appears to have been knocked off the shelf and lies shattered with pieces on the floor. This leaves an empty spot in the row of plates. But a few inches behind that empty spot, there is an antique copper pot. Its lid slightly ajar. Chef, this looks like a very well-made pot. It's something that would be handed down in generations. That would be well seasoned and taken care of. It intrigues you.
Chef is just gonna take a big whiff of the air in case there's anything that should not be in a pot that is laying inside that pot, remembering the hell horrors that he just outside.
Yeah, give me a perception check.
That is a 10.
Awesome. It doesn't smell like that coppery scent you smelled before. Here you're just looking at a copper pot.
Chef just takes this pot and just holds it in his hands in a sort of not exactly reverence, but just like a sort of respect at the craftsmanship and knowing that many a loving meal was made inside the pot, and he's going to thoroughly investigate it.
Awesome. You see that the lid was slightly ajar, and as you open that, you see that peeking out from underneath the lid, from beneath the lid, is a cork. And in here is you see a bottle of wine. Though it seems like there are several different things inside of this pot. If you take a look inside, you would find a bottle of wine, a folded piece of delicate lace, a vial of some brownish dried powder, and a bouquet of wilted sunflowers that are tied to a small scroll of parchment. Are you doing this in front of the group?
I think he's gonna come back out with this pot while investigating it while walking towards the group.
Awesome. So, Chef brings this pot of goodies to you all.
Chef is going to like kind of play with the vial a little in his hand,
Sure.
remembering that there's someone in this party who's very well equipped with alchemic substances. He's going to go to Rayfield and says, "Pretty boy, do you know what this is?" And he hands it to him.
Awesome.
Yeah, Rayfield will take a look.
I'm gonna ask that since Rayfield has some sort of experience with like ingredients, right? Is what we'll say.
Yeah,
that are beyond
anything to do with alchemical products.
I'm gonna ask you to make. This one's actually gonna be a nature check, but I'll have you make it with advantage.
All right, nature with advantage. First one's a 21. Second one is a 19, so 21.
Wonderful. You recognize this dried powder. It's called silphium, and the only known case of use for it that you've ever seen is it being used as a contraceptive herb.
Sorry, you said a contraceptive?
Correct.
In that case, he is just going to, get in real close, sort of take a pinch of the powder between his fingers, just sort of looking at the sheen or the dust of it on his fingers. Sorry, what did you say the name of it again was, Judah?
Silphium.
Ilphium?
Silphium.
I believe this is a substance called silphium. Often when a noble's wife has had enough kids to lord or master's will, he will have her prescribed this, and usually it will seem to negate the possibility of them having more kids. I don't know how this process occurs, but when one takes it, they seem to be unable to get pregnant again.
The chef's going to look at the silphium, then at the wine, and then remember the photo and says, "Guess we know who this silphium was for then, huh?"
Irene nods knowingly.
Yeah, he will just sort of clean his hands of it, the pot, and set the. If you handed the whole thing to him, he'll just set it on the counter here. Just to get rid of it.
Does anyone reach into the pot and grab the other items? There's a bottle of wine, parchment with flowers, and a like a silk sort of a silk sort of lace, piece of lace.
Irene is interested in the parchment and flowers. She'd like to
Cool.
investigate that, see what that's all about.
Perfect. Chef
And
and Calm,
Rayfield
I'll
will
just
go
have you
for
choose
their-
now. Which one you'd grab or inspect? The wine bottle or the wine bottle or the lace.
I think Calm goes for the lace.
Awesome.
Chef's
Oh.
going to take the wine, and I believe, let me double check this if I got this right.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure this is only with brewer's utensils, but let me see. Could I use the cook's utensils to see if this wine is poisoned at all?
Yeah, that'll be an interesting take. We're gonna move down. We're gonna use Irene and Calm, and then we're gonna get to you. Okay.
Right?
Irene, you pull out these sunflowers that you see just obviously more wilted and feel as though they're breaking beneath your hand as you pick them up, and you see there's a small parchment scroll. Would you open it?
Yes.
Wonderful. Here is what's written in the whoops, put that one in memes. That's crazy. Here you go. And
For the light of my life, G.
we have Calm, who grabs the lace, and you see the lace bears an initial sewn into the corner. It's the letter K.
Is it just lace? Just like a
It's just like a
Like
piece of
what-
lace, almost like a gift of like you would it's just like a really pretty made piece of lace that's that could be used to maybe spray a perfume on or a cologne on or something like that to give
Like
to
it's like a
someone
handkerchief?
gift. Yeah, just like a handkerchief kind of vibe. It's
because I was thinking
Very
lace,
pretty.
and I'm thinking something. I'm like, this guy's a
Oh.
freak. This guy's a
No.
freak.
no, it's like a
Yeah,
a
I've learned
really
he's a freak.
pretty handkerchief type of thing.
And she recognizes that it's K is for Clara. Like, and the fact that it was she kind of draws the line from a contraceptive, but no, and the gift of the lace probably all meant for Clara.
With Chef, your cook's utensils wouldn't help you figure out if this thing was poisonous, because it's uncorked or it's corked. As
Would
far
my
as you see it now,
alchemy help by chance?
it would depend on what if you would investigate it by using your tools to are you trying to heat it up? What are you what is the attempt here?
Yeah, I see. In that case, probably not, because he would just be taking an eye to it. He wouldn't be doing any tests on it.
Right. And similar with Chef, the cook's utensils, beyond opening it and tasting, I really can see how you would probably see if it was bad or not if you were to use it. I don't know if you what were you trying to do, reduce it. You know what I mean?
Tastes like poison.
But I don't think you would know without opening it. But you do see that it's just wine here, and you see that there's a name of the wine, and the name is Champagne de l'Estampes. And I'll add that right there. That's just the name on the wine, Champagne de l'Estampes.
All right.
And it's
So-
it's a good vintage.
Chef, knowing exactly where he is not going to immediately go for a taste. He's going to pocket it in case it somehow becomes useful later.
Wonderful. Very cool. So this is how you add things to your inventory, guys, that you're just taking from the game, right? Sometimes you want to just add something. So go to your character sheet, and for example, Chef is going to add this bottle of Champagne de l'Estampe, right? So you would click on your inventory, and then from there, you would click Manage Inventory, and then there is a option underneath, several of these words here. You're looking for the one that says Add Custom Item. So you would go all the way down to Add Custom Item. You can change the item name to Champagne de l'Estampe, and you could put a small description or put a little note as to maybe where you found it or where you got it from. At that point, you would just add the item, and if there was more than one that you grabbed, you would change the quantity and click Add Item. But this way you can keep track of what you pick up, okay? There might be moments in time in which you say, oh, I would have taken this. I would really rather prefer that you add things to your inventory that you would have taken and put into your inventory, right? So let's practice that. If you are taking the item with you, just practice that. Of course, it's your inventory. You can clean it out whenever you want, but just make sure that you agree with each other who's taking what, so this way we don't have multiples if that is the case. So,
And real quick on that note, would Rayfield either know or could I make a check to see if there are any other uses for this dust, or is it really just for the pregnancy?
right, yeah, like I mentioned before, Rayfield only has ever seen it used for contraceptive, as a contraceptive herb, which
Gotcha.
is it's like the main component of something like that, which is why it was kind of so easy for you to tell.
Yeah, gotcha. In that case, he will take one of his spare vials that he has, and if possible, just fill one of these up as much as possible with this dust.
Awesome.
Mhm.
Sounds
I would
great.
like I would like a bathroom break.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do one right now. So let's get back at 7, or not 7, but we're back at 32. Let's take a 10-minute, right?
Sounds
Sounds good.
Okay, and then we're back.
And one more time, Judah, what was the name of that dust?
Yeah, silphium. It's spelled so I would, in fact, it's dried silphium. So I'll just send that to you right now in case you dried silphium. This game is a little funny because there's things that are spelled funny. This only gets worse when we get to character names. But there you go. I just sent it to you right now. So it's dried silphium.
Thank you very much.
All good. See you in 10. I go and actually lay down in my bed, and I'm like, there's no way 10 minutes can go by that fast, right? But it does. But it does.
It would be
Boy,
so
how
funny.
he
DM
can
just
it.
falls asleep.
Judah, you were playing a dangerous game, sir.
That is
It's okay,
so
my-
dangerous.
my
You were
desk is
about to
right-
fall asleep.
My desk is like right here, but I'm like, there's no way 10 minutes is. But yeah, it happens. Okay.
Oh shit!
I
I
mean-
just closed Owlbear. Oopsie doodle. I just closed all my Chrome tabs immediately.
See,
You know,
this
I
is why-
closed
this is
my
why-
tabs.
This is why I never
I
close it.
closed my tabs.
You guys would flay me if you saw how many tabs I have open.
You should be flayed.
Who?
You.
No.
There's so many reasons you should be just flayed.
You're just mad I'm a better hunter than you.
You should be slain in the street like a dog. All right. Wonderful. Everyone's back, I assume. Let's get back to it. You guys clear out this room here, and yeah, everything that seemed interesting in this room is maybe in your hands or in your inventory. But it seems as though you've exhausted what is in this room. Some of you walked out with parchment, and other people with a knife in their arm.
Now the knife is out.
You win some, you lose some.
Right.
Only there was
Just a
someone
little.
to heal me. Smile.
Anyway. Did we
So?
check the closet at any point?
No. Kalma was going to, but something happened.
Yep.
So let's go. Moto, if you don't mind grabbing your character, thank you. Calm, you're gonna open up this closet.
You know, she's reaching for the handle, and then she looks at her bandaged arm, and she goes to Shep.
Chef laughs and says, "You have read my mind, my friend. Stand back."
I would say that there's been enough bad things behind doors that I totally will allow that. You guys are you guys are working reverse order. So yeah, that seems fair. So go ahead. Chef, you open up this door, and you see that there is a small closet. That closet has several different cloaks in here, just like let's say rather than cloaks, like coats, right? And you see that there's something poking out of one of the cloaks or one of the coats here. It looks like a corner piece to an envelope.
Well, Chef's gonna grab that coat specifically and just shake it empty on the ground in case there's like a stray knife hiding in there.
Awesome. Yeah, you shake it. Yeah, all that falls out is that envelope. Beyond that, you don't see anything here other than a bunch of different coats, different shapes.
All
and
right.
sizes.
Chef is gonna go straight for that letter.
um, absolutely. We're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna pose here. You see that this the name address to this letter is Lady Lovina Wachter, and I've put that name there for you. And there is a image that I want to share with you all. Here is the letter that you would find, Modal. And I'll put that in main for you to read out loud if you wish.
Oh, I'm so good at reading this kind of font. Let's go. All right.
Yes, let's go.
Chef opens up the letter and says, "You are cordially invited to join Mr. Gustav and Elizabeth Durst for a celebration of the 1 year anniversary of the Durst Mill. The Durst resident, Barovia Village, 6 o'clock p.m. 13 Nievar 348. Dinner and refreshments to be served.
At least we know where we are.
Quite.
Does Barovia Village ring a bell to Rayfield by chance? Is that a place that he has heard of?
It would not ring a bell. In fact, none of you would know where that is.
And Rayfield is pretty widely read on like, you know, areas, their lords and all that, so he would have a pretty wide knowledge, and still nothing.
Still nothing.
Oh wow.
The Multiversal was a location that is secretive and very like a very like hidden secret, right? It would be it would almost be by the fact of either invitation or for you to seek it out after maybe even knowing the Vistani in some capacity. Would you ever even have heard of it? But the Multiversal takes you in a place where you travel with them, and you all travel towards almost what would seem like the end of the known world. Places that just, for lore reasons, your characters wouldn't ever go past. It's a thick fog of mist, and beyond that, potentially should just be cliffs, should be oceans, should be whatnot. But this time it wasn't.
In that case, Rayfield will just tap at the word Barovia on the paper, and he'll say, "I have knowledge of every village and fiefdom and baronhood 100 miles in every direction. I have never heard of a Barovia. I have no idea where we could be."
Chef kind of just lets the letter fall to the floor and says, so there's a charming little neighborhood around. Good to know.
Wonderful.
I think Tom says something here. She's like, I guess we're 101 miles out.
And if Chef is going to drop the paper, Rayfield does want to pick it up, and he'll just stow it on the inside of his cloak in a pocket.
Wonderful. You'll see that the years mentioned here, or like the date and all, this would have been well before your time. Well before your time. Perhaps the date in which it's written is a bit different from wherever you are from. Month, day, year, day, month, year. But the year itself, 348, is many years in the past.
How many would you say?
I would say at least 300.
Oh well. In that case, yeah, Rayfield will point to that as well, and he'll be like, "What is this? 348. It's at least," or I guess you would know the exact year, Judah, if you have one.
Yeah, I would say we'll just say that it is about 312 years in the past.
All right, so that would be 660 for us.
Yeah.
Okay.
660.
348. It just turned the year 660. There's no way this is the right time frame, surely, with all of this stuff still in the house.
Chef ponders this, and with a shudder says, "Then how old is the monster living inside here?"
And how long has it been since it ate?
Chef's gonna kind of push aside Rayfield and just go for the den, just to find out if there's anything useful beyond.
Awesome. Yeah, let's go to the door. You go to the door, and you open the door, and as you open it, and you swing your body in, you see 3 wolves staring at you. The clock strikes, and everyone change your time to 3 hours till midnight. But Chef, you see that these wolves, these eyes that would leer at you, are all taxidermy. Statues of wolves.
Chef, not trusting anything, is gonna just kick one over.
Awesome. You kick over one of these wolves here, one of the gray wolves you're next to. This frozen in place wolf falls down along with its base that it's attached to. Like it has like a stick that comes up from right underneath to hold it right in the middle. And you kick it over. Peering over, you'll see an oak paneled room, like a hunter's den. And mounted above the fireplace is a stag's head. There are 2 additional wolves that you've seen. And you see that there are 2 petted chairs draped in animal furs facing the hearth, and an oak table between them, a chandelier that hangs high above, and a space in the corner with 4 chairs and a cloth covered. There seems to be a pair of small toys or something underneath the table, forgotten beneath one of the chairs. As you step in, you'll also notice that there is a drawer that is just ajar in the room in the north end.
If I could interrupt real quick just before we go into this room. Rayfield, as they move over, he's still going to be looking over this note. And as Chef is kicking down the thing and testing the wolf, he's just going to say to everybody, would it be possible if I collected all the notes that everyone has found so far? I wish to compare some things. The note from Mr. Gustav, the note from Miss Elizabeth, anything else anyone might have found in the house so far.
Chef hands over whatever he has to hand over to Rayfield, that account.
Irene and Calm, do you give stuff to Rayfield?
Yeah, the note that was on the bouquet. I think Calm has the parchment that we found
Yes.
together.
In the 3rd floor room.
Wonderful.
And there's also, who had the note from Clara last game?
I think it was me, actually, yes. It was Calm on the... It was the 2nd floor. It was to Clara, right?
From
From Clara to the Gustav, or to the
Oh, yes, you're
to
right.
the
Actually, you're right.
nurses.
Yep. Calm had that, and then gives that to Rayfield, the 2 letters that she got. The one that instructions for whatever the beast did, and whatever Clara wrote to the family, which was, I remember actually, but
Well,
Yeah,
in the
so
in-game info is where you should be able to find that if you really want to look at it. Chris.
Yep, that's where I was looking. Just to physically to have Rayfield have this stuff,
No, that's
and
awesome. Thank you.
he'll just take it from each person, and if possible, he also has some parchment and chalk. If he would be able to either quickly while looking at it or from memory transcribe the the beneath this dwelling lurks a beast who hungers for a bloody feast. All
Oh,
of
yeah,
that.
it's written on the wall. It's
Yep.
stayed there as a eerie reminder.
Yep,
Absolutely.
he will just copy that down really quick onto his own parchment, onto his own words. And as they go into this room, he will just be looking, shuffling through all the papers, looking at all the stuff they found.
Awesome. Does anyone go in the room? Do we look at anything?
Yes. Chef surveys the inside of the room. He takes note of the items that have been left in these cabinets that have been left ajar. He takes consideration and then says, Rayfield, Irene, if you could check those items for me, please. And Calm. And he just looks at the wolves, then back at Calm again. And then he just very loudly cracks his knuckles.
All understands. Just brandishes her sword.
All right, Chef goes to town on demolition work on these stuffed up animals.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Start slicing their heads off.
Awesome. So I'll bring your character in there, Chef. You're gonna be hitting at that one.
Yeah.
Awesome. Irene, you're checking the drawer here? You might be muted, sorry.
I was indeed. Thank you. I'd actually like to first look at the. You had mentioned that there were some toy objects underneath the table.
Yeah.
I wanted to check on those first.
Awesome, yeah. So that'll be over here. So it'll be underneath one of the chairs. And you'll see that as you kneel down underneath the table, that these are clearly toys. You see that they're small, plush gray wolves. You see that there is heavy patchwork that has been done on these wolves. You see that there are little clumsy stitchworks written onto the stomachs. One reads Rose, and the other reads Thorn.
Rose and Thorn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Does Irene say that out loud by chance?
Yes. As I'm inspecting the plushes, I say the names Rose and Thorn out loud.
In that case, Rayfield will raise his head from the notes for a moment, and he'll say, The two children, Thornbolt and Rosavalda.
Irene shoots him a knowing look.
And his head will just go immediately back down into his notes because that's all he had.
Awesome. Calm and Chef, you chop the heads off of these wolves. They just, as far as you eviscerate them, they will eviscerate to your will.
I think Calm decides that a quick cut is about all they need.
Mm-hmm. You see the
Not
stuffing fall out.
exactly.
Chef is going to see the stag's head on the wall, then the fireplace, and is going to say, better safe, right? Then he lights the fireplace, promptly takes the stag head off the wall, and throws it into the fire.
Awesome. So you'll light that fire. Okay, perfect. So you light that fire and then throw it in there. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. As you do, you have, there are just two of these wardrobes that are left here. Irene, you're holding these toys in your hand. You hover to any one of them? Or Rayfield?
Well, yes. I'm going to walk over to this one over here.
Awesome. So as you head over to that cupboard, Jesus, it's that cabinet. um, you see that there's like a drawer that's just a bit ajar, and you pull it open, and you reveal that there are about 60 bolts, like crossbow bolts, in this drawer.
Let's go ball.
Would you want to take any?
Sh- yeah. Yes. Because I have a crossbow. Yes. That is something I have. Yeah.
Awesome.
There, you said there's 60 of them?
There's 60 of them.
Irene will notify the rest of the party. There's some crossbow bolts in here. Does anybody else want some?
I know how to use one, but I'm afraid I left it with my stuff by the wagon.
Chef will look at the bolts and say, "Curious how there's bolts here, but no crossbow. Are we certain that it's not lying around somewhere?"
We'll definitely have to look for one.
I think
Oh.
with that searches the other dresser.
Awesome. Irene, if you, I don't know if you're going to collect all 60, but you may if no one else is going to grab any.
Yeah, if no one else will grab any, I will collect them.
Perfect. You'll collect 60 of them, and as you close the drawer, you realize the drawer doesn't shut all the way, almost like something is keeping it open. But you definitely emptied it out.
May I inspect the drawer further to see perhaps why it's not closing, why it's jammed?
Yeah, sure. Give me an investigation check. I'm sorry?
That's an 18.
On an 18, there must be something behind it that is jamming it. So you'd have to pull the whole drawer out.
Okay. Then I will give that a go and proceed to pull the drawer out.
Awesome. You pull the drawer out and you see that there's like a small leather, a very, very small. It's like a little, just a hand holding kind of quiver that you would hold in your hand or strap to maybe your waist or so. Um, it only holds so many bolts and is often used for training, but as you open this up, you notice that there are 5 silver crossbow bolts in very good condition.
Okay. I think I'll pocket those if I may, unless anyone else would like them.
All yours.
I
The
think
chef's problems are always solved with fist. You can keep them.
I think Calm grabs exactly one, just in case. Silver could
Okay.
still be useful, even if it's a bolt.
Awesome. So we'll go to your inventories and then make sure that uh, so there are custom items. These items aren't custom. These items just exist in the world. So you would just type in bolts when you're going to your inventory. You would type in bolt and find crossbow bolt. Manage inventory right at the top. It'll say filter, and then I'm pretty sure if you just put bolt, you'll have crossbow bolts, and then you can choose how many you're going to add. Um, if you extend it instead of just clicking the add, if you extend it, you can choose up to 60 and then hit add to items. As for silver bolt, I'll try silver crossbow. Nope, not getting that. Well, I'm not finding silver crossbow bolts, so that one will be a custom item. Okay, guys.
Hmm.
Perfect.
I'm sorry. Could you remind me how many of those were left?
There's
Tom took
60.
one. Okay.
There's
Yep.
Okay, there's 60 regular bolts. There's 5
Yep.
silver crossbow bolts, but Calm took 1, so you would have 4.
Perfect. Thanks.
Awesome. Perfect. So after Calm takes the 1 and you're throwing it into your bag and you're seeing the cabinet in front of you, Calm, you notice that this cabinet has a mounted piece of needlework into it. You would need to flip it over to really inspect it.
Hmm. See, that's how.
And you
Grabs
see,
at it.
and you see a piece of child's needlework. It's obvious just by the look of it.
The mate.
And you see that it depicts a boy and a girl holding hands of a young woman. Right at the bottom, you see clumsily stitched are words that read, "For Miss Clara." However, when you look at the face, you see the young woman's face has been slashed and cut out.
Mm. She just narrows her eyes. Doesn't really react. Considering what she's seen, she's already kind of pieced together why Clara would be disliked. Flips it over to actually inspect whatever's in the drawers.
Awesome. You'll find nothing of value inside of these drawers. Just maybe some hunting equipment. A lot of it has been used and abused. Maybe this looks like a place where they're stowing away stuff for repair, or maybe it's just for novelty in regards to certain catches. But none of it is useful.
And I think grabs the embroidery, turns to Rayfield. It's another piece of writing, so she gives it to Rayfield.
Perfect. He'll take it. And Judah, I sent this in DMs, but I might as well just ask for it.
Thank you.
Would I be able to make a investigation check or something similar now that Rayfield has had all these notes in front of him, been looking through them, comparing them, just to see if he can glean anything else from these that we maybe have not put together yet?
Okay, yeah. I think that I can have you make with this. I think I could have you make a just a flat intelligence roll to see what you surmise and what you put together.
That's a natural 20.
Wonderful. On a natural 20, so this is what we're doing. I'm essentially going to tell you what your character would have been able to put together. And to everyone, it might just seem like, oh, well, of course. However, I have to just to make sure that we're all on the same page. So far, you've been able to put together that maybe the dinner that you heard was the dinner in which which Miss Lady Lovina Walker was invited to, but obviously they're not here. Their jackets are, and you see that beyond that, there is obviously some sort of romantic tryst occurring between Gustav Durst and Clara, right? That so far you've been able to put together should be possibly the nursemaid, right? Beyond that, you've seen several photos, or you've seen art that has shown the family. However, the child, the smallest child, the baby, is never mentioned in the photo. Beyond totally forgot her name. Beyond her, let's see, beyond Elizabeth's you know, kind of scorned look. Um, uh, you can tell there's some sort of relationship there. And with the contraceptive that you found, you could tell that there is something going on between, between Clara and Gustav, and you're unsure as to whether or not Elizabeth knew about it or not. Since the notes you have put together seem like they jump around in time, obviously from 300 years ago, and some that seem after the fact, and don't ever bring up, any other players that you've seen so far. For example, you just found Roses and Thorn's toys here at the bottom. It just seems like the time aspect is very funny. How long has this beast been here? How long, has this house been here? And what really happened? Beyond all these notes, and you being able to put together even this patchwork, you put together that this woman could be, and at least in the way that you're looking, and this woman dressed, and maybe the color of her hair was just enough different that maybe you think the figure that you saw inside the nursemaid's room, the one that you and Chef had left from quickly, could have been her. And the figure seen in the master bedroom, the one with the amber light, would have been Elizabeth. And that is what you're able to put together.
Gotcha. So just for clarification, just to make sure I have it right, the girl that I saw floating behind me, I could surmise that might be Clara?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Just making sure I had that straight on.
Mhm.
Yeah. Rayfield is gonna sort of have a light bulb moment as this next piece is handed to him. Maybe it's just the way he was holding the other pieces in his other hand as he gets it, but he's gonna shuffle a little bit before, looking up at everybody. And beyond sort of saying as what Judo just said, laying out the situation so far, he's gonna speak to what he saw in the mirror, and he's gonna say, back when we were upstairs and split up, Chef and I, with the room that we went in, we didn't talk much of it, but it was gruesome, to say the least. A bed with bindings at each corner, an obvious scene of torture. There is no other word for it. Whoever was strapped to that bed with the wire was tortured and likely killed. As we were leaving, I saw a woman in the mirror. Marks upon her body, dozens, hundreds, maybe. Her feet clipped of their toes, her hands clipped of their fingers. If I'm reading these notes correctly, I think that might have been Clara. I think maybe the mistress of the house took revenge on her for siring the child of Mr. Gustav, of her husband. And I imagine whatever might be in that basement, whatever might be behind that wall, might be that child.
I believe he is right, my friends. The room that I walked in on, besides all the horrors that I witnessed in that room, we had nary a hint of what the beast's name might be, but in that room I found a crib with the name Walter inscribed on it. And there is nowhere in this house where the name Walter shows up except in that crib. I don't think it's a stretch to say that Walter may be the beast that is going to consume us once that clock hits 12.
I think you're right, Chef. And s- and he'll put it together a little bit more in his mind. That room we were in, perhaps that was Clara's room, and she was meant to keep the child away, locked away in her behind that door, out of sight of the mistress and out of sight of the rest of the family, and eventually perhaps too much noise was made. Perhaps the mistress was just finally fed up. She came to do what she did to her.
So
Chef ponder. Oh, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say so. If you have something to say, still say it, but let me know when you guys are ready to move. So go ahead, Chef. Sorry.
Chef ponders and says, as far as I've known, we've combed through this manor, but we still have yet to find the other piece of that key. Is there anywhere we couldn't have looked yet?
Just for point of clarification above table, that is the key.
That's the whole key. We have it.
That's the whole key.
Ah,
Irene has the whole key.
all right.
In
Hey,
that case,
well, yeah, we should go upstairs and see what's behind that door.
I fear we're still missing, and he'll go to the paper with the note, or the writing on the wall. I fear we're still missing our our feast that we are supposed to provide if we wish
It
not to
says
become so.
she leans over, points at the writing he just wrote down. It says a gift, not exactly a feast.
Oh, yes, you're right. You're right. But a gift. What could we possibly give to a creature like that?
Well,
I
The-
mean,
The
a
thing
bottle
that
of wine is a great gift. I mean, truth be told, or I have these flowers, you know, dried sunflowers could be a good gift.
nice thing. Calm pulls the lace handkerchief. Something to remind him of his mother.
Chef goes towards the needlework and very delicately lays it out on his hands. Better to be safe, right? Why settle on one gift when we can give many?
Yes, I think you are both right. Calm. I think that would probably be the best to start out with. Something to remind him of his mother. Rayfield is actually gonna, just go up to the side of his eye there and sort of wipe away something that might have been starting to form.
Chef, with finality, looks towards the door leading out into the foyer and says, all right, all together now, yes?
No,
Yes.
Seatbelt.
Let's go.
Well, so still all of you. Beep.
Help!
Help
Help!
us, help me.
All right. You make it back upstairs. I assume you'd be going towards the keyhole, right?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Perfect. So let's get on over there. You make it in. The door's still open, and the patch to put in the key is still there.
Does Irene have it?
Renee does have it.
I think calm before anything. He's, he's just like, I think we should tend to our wounds before we attempt anything. Like, I don't know how much a shortcut. Oh, I don't care. I don't know how much a short rest is gonna cost us, but
An
we're
hour.
hurt. An hour. Yeah, that's what I thought. And we're like on hour 3, right?
We're
Yeah.
on hour like 2.5 probably at
Well,
this point. I think we should honestly, I think you're right. We should probably go for it. I could use the healing.
Do you guys want to open
What's
this
up?
door first?
I think we should keep it closed.
Yeah, I don't really wanna. I think that's why we're doing it like right before.
I agree. This is like our safe room.
Nothing
Alright.
freaky happening here.
Awesome. So we're gonna spend an hour here.
Sure,
Yeah.
rest it up.
I could use a hit die, right? Or I believe.
Yeah. Use a hit die. Remember the hit die, guys. If you have those, use those.
I am going to use both of mine.
Oh, and I get my first back.
And I'm back to full health.
Wunderbar. It's no surprise.
You still
that
use a
the-
die.
No surprise.
You
that the
still use a
grandfather
die.
clock
Oh
lets you
god.
know. I'm gonna go first. The grandfather clock strikes and your hour ends. But go ahead, Chef.
Cool. So even with full health, I would still use at least one die, right?
No.
You don't have to.
You
Okay.
choose. And this helps if you're taking, like, in a day, for example. If you're taking multiple short rests, it's best to, like, be as efficient as possible. So if you don't have to, definitely do not.
Sounds good.
I can get really lucky with a hit die, but I think I'm gonna spend 2. Then I just press automatically apply healing dice result, right?
Yeah, it's like
Um,
something you have to hit confirm when you do it too, or you have to roll first and then hit confirm.
Oh, yep. Okay, good. And yep, take short rest. Alright, yep, done. I have my hex makers back. No more hit die, but I'm good.
Wunderbar. Irene, you were good with that, or Yoon, you were cool with that? Does that make sense?
I'm good. Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Any conversation? Anyone want to say anything during?
I think, if anything, Calm is in the corner quietly tending to her wound, seeing that it's patched up and eye is down. She was the one most direly injured.
I think Chef is going to say, we are not. I would imagine you would wonder why my name is. And I mean, it is what I am good at. It's what I do. It is what I provide for my village. So they have bestowed upon me my name, and I can understand calm, but what does Irene and Rayfield mean?
Rayfield was the name. Have you heard of a family name before, Chef?
Ah, my friend. In our village, we are all but one family, even if we're not related in blood.
I see. Does your village have a name?
You see, I guess technically it would, but your kind would not understand the meaning. I guess try to imagine a noise being made, and it could translate into multiple meanings.
Please, if you would, do the noise for me.
Chef clears his lungs a little and just utters a guttural growling and then says, and I believe in your language, loosely translate to Ice Haven or perhaps maybe Crested Rock. It simply describes the setting of which our village resides on, and in my case, it resides on an icy mountain.
I see. So, perhaps you could say you are Chef from Ice Haven. For me, well, I guess it's not quite the same for me. If Rayfield was my first name, I would say I am Rayfield from Marin's Turn. But because my father's father's father originally took the name Rayfield, ever since, me and my people have been known as the Rayfields. And Irene, what is your last name, Irene?
She sort of fringes at the question, and she says, Valen.
Valen. That is a beautiful last name, ma'am.
Oh, that makes one of us that thinks so, but thank you.
Calm is just shaking her head because that was the most obvious shit ever.
Riz.
No, hold on.
Above table Riz.
Above table Riz.
And
How was the
and
opposite of Riz? What are you talking about?
I'm telling him to say it above table. I don't want Rayfield. I don't want Riz to be a in-game word.
yeah.
Yeah,
You
that's
have my
out of
solemn
character.
vow.
Riz is
Out of
man.
character.
and thus that would be the name of her people and her tribe, if you will.
Chef considers Irene's reaction and then turns to her and says, Irene, if you would entertain this notion, in my village, whenever one of our people takes note of a certain talent, they would take a vote as to bestow that talent as a name. So if you are not satisfied with your current family name, would you rather have this title that I would bestow to you as your name instead?
Irene's eyes light up, and she scoots closer to Chef, very interested in what he has to say. I would like that very much.
The chef laughs and says, all right, all right. If I could have your vote, you two, I would like to bestow the title of, and he again growls very viciously and says, in your language, Irene, that would translate to something like Spellweaver. Is this acceptable to you?
She nods very happily. Irene Spellweaver. I like the sound of that.
The chef heartily pats her shoulder and says, of this title I bestowed upon you, Irene, may you wear it loudly and proudly.
Thank you, Chef.
Ruining what seems to be a very, wholesome moment between the two. Rayfield is just going to have a look of, sort of a look of disappointment at what he just heard. He's going to look at Irene for a second. Irene, what are you doing? You can't just.
Tom stands up and just smacks him upside the head, backhand.
You can't just. Ow! What do you? She can't just give up her family name, Colin.
Nope. And yep, he's getting grappled. He's getting grappled here. He's covering his mouth. Shut up. Shut up.
She can't just.
Chef stands and looks towards Rayfield and says, You I don't know much about how you humans tend to value your family. Uh, in my village, blood counts for very little. It is the identities that we take for ourselves and accept from others, how we identify as. And if Irene chooses to take the Spellweaver title, I am more than to see that I bestow it upon her.
Irene is just glowing at this point. She is just absolutely floored with happiness and joy at what Chef is saying. And she is just, yes, she is beside herself. And she's just looking at Chef very admirably. And she really, really likes this way of thinking, and it's very clear by her demeanor.
Rayfield's gonna sort of pull the hand down that's sort of clamped onto his mouth. He's gonna try and pull it down just to get more words out.
You gotta make a acrobatics check here. I'm
All right, let's go for it. Go for it. I got a 13.
the 19. Your mouth is shut.
Not this
Your mouth
fucking time, boy.
Yeah. In that case, you just see the two of them in the corner, just Rayfield just struggling with his 8 strength to pull this hand down, and it's just not happening. So,
He's gonna have to give up.
yeah. After a while, he knows he's not beating it, so he just sits there.
Awesome. I think, given that moment of you guys talking, getting to know each other more, I think that makes you a bit more comfortable with each other, and kind of brings you back to basics of what the world is on the outside, at least. So I'm going to reduce all of your. I'm going to decrease your insanity, right? So, perfect. So, a lot of you have. I have reduced the negatives on your sanity. If you failed a lot.
I appreciate it.
Oh, I did.
Good shit.
Cool. All right. Yeah, the grandfather clock strikes. You guys realize it's time. Time is ticking. You have 2 hours.
Chef stands back up and says, "Onward, friends, to our duty assigned by the manor."
Irene nods and huddles up close to the door. She's holding the amber shard in her hands, and she sort of shakily inserts it into the keyhole.
Perfect. It's almost like a amber light glows from that shape, that hollowed shape, and almost like pulls that shard towards it. And as it does, you hear a click, and then there is a shimmy of the door, and it slides to the right and reveals to you a small hidden room. This small hidden room is packed with bookshelves, groaning and old, ominous-looking leather-bound tomes. You see there is a heavy wooden chest that has, these clawed iron feet standing at the south wall. Its lid half closed. What's keeping it open is the chest, ribs, and head of a skeleton right beneath the lid. This skeleton is poking out with just a bit of leather armor on it.
Okay. Irene's gonna walk inside and investigate the skeleton further, if she may, to look for anything of note, perhaps.
Awesome. The skeleton, you see like there's maybe something inside that chest, past the skeleton, but you'd have to drag the skeleton out.
That's
Irene sort of grimaces at the prospect of this, but She dusts her dresses off and moves the skeleton out of the way.
Wonderful. Um, as you move the skeleton out of the way, you see it falls with its leather armor on. The chest is open, and you see in the inside, you see four potions of healing, kind of tied together with some twine. You also see a note on the inside that looked like it was clutched by at least maybe the hand as you pulled out that skeleton. That hand itself was clutching a letter.
Before I read the letter, I'll turn to the group and hand them each a potion of healing.
Wunderbar.
Much appreciated, my friend.
Irene smiles, and then she'll read the note.
Wonderful. Here's the note.
She'll read out loud, "My most pathetic servant, I am not a messiah sent to you by the dark powers of this land. I have not come to lead you on a path to immortality. However many souls you have bled on your hidden altar, however many visitors you have tortured in your dungeon, know that you are not the one who brought me to this beautiful land. You are but a worm writhing in my earth. You say that you are cursed, your fortune spent. Your husband took solace in the bosom of another woman, sired a bastard son, and drove you to abandon love for madness. Cursed by darkness? Of that I have no doubt. Save you from your wretchedness? I think not. I much prefer you as you are. Your dread lord and master, Strahd von Zarovich." Zarovich?
Zarovich.
Zarovich.
So,
Everybody here does not recognize that name.
Rayfield will just say it in character then. Has anyone heard the name Von Zarovich?
Irene shakes her head.
The chef says, "This is not a name I've heard, but is he the one responsible for the mist outside?"
The title of Dreadlord. That does not sound like any title I've ever heard. The Lord of Dread, what could that entail, I wonder? If what's been done in this house, if they are just a servant to a man like that, I can only imagine what he is capable of. What horrors, evils.
I think I'll gently pushes past Chef here because now she's like occupying the room a little bit because she's curious now because this doesn't seem like the place they were supposed to be. So there was nothing that Irene went through the whole test, right? Did you know?
Yeah, sorry, the chest is cleared.
Clear. The guy in leather armor or whatever.
Mhm.
Skeleton. There's a tendency here. He's checking the leather armor. Like,
Awesome. Yeah, it is just a leather armor. If you wanted to take it, you totally could.
yeah, she does. She's like, well, this could fetch at least some point.
Wonderful. Very calm of you. Which takes the leather armor. Go ahead and add that to your inventory. And anything else in this room?
Not for Irene. Walk out.
Awesome. Calm.
I think there was take another look around. There was nothing else in this room except for that chest, I believe. So
Wunderbar.
kind of grimaces at that, like a hand on her chin, just wondering now about if that's not the secret room, what is?
The note said something about a basement. We believed that whatever we were going to find would be here, but did anyone see anything on the first floor that could potentially lead to a basement? I worry that the entrance to the basement might be around the side of the house or perhaps outside somewhere.
I think there was a dumbwaiter, right? I believe.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. I think remembers that. And says it to the group. There was a contraption on the kitchen's wall. It seemed to lead somewhere. A small door.
You're right. Baron Kellis has one of those in the manor. It leads downstairs to the bottom floor where the cooks are. I bet one of the smaller of us, might be able to fit inside and write it down should we not find another entrance.
And then just takes that and looks dead at Rayfield.
Chef says,
Point that he
is this you volunteering, Rayfield?
I just, hypothetically, of course, I haven't seen the dimensions of it, but I would
Irene
probably...
slowly slides behind Chef, just very quietly out of view. Bye.
Yes, of course, I will go down. He sounds so defeated.
In a rare moment, walks over to Rayfield. Puts a hand on his shoulder. We'll look for another way first.
He will just look
Chef.
up at her. He'll look up at her as if she is, a deity herself coming down from heaven to save him from what he imagines is quite the terrible fate.
Chef slaps Rayfield's back and says, think of this as your duty to winning a woman's heart, eh?
God, a woman's heart? Who am I? He looks at Irene and Calm, and then back at Chef. It's just giving the most, obstinate look he has ever seen.
Chef is just looking down on him like the way you would look down at a kid who is very obviously lying about, but you know better.
Ruffles his hair.
Chef, I fear now is not the time for such shows of humanity. Perhaps once we get out of the manor. Not that I think in such a way, of course. Of course.
I think in this instance, like, as I make this connection, I feel like Khan would make this connection too. Just probably, I'm not saying that it's right, but she remembers like the two rugs downstairs, I think there was one in front of the grandfather clock and one um just like in like these two. I'm not
Okay,
sh-
let's
Oh,
go
yeah.
check.
So also
Let's
there's
go
one in
check
the
to see
kitchen.
if there's anything there.
Yes, let's go check before our poor little prince soils his pants. Yes.
Wonderful. You guys go down and you pull open the carpets, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
There is nothing but hardwood floor underneath both of them.
I think
What
Calm's
about
final thought is she looks
Hardwood
towards the
stone.
grandfather.
Hard stone, not hardwood stone. Hard stone. There.
Her final thought, I think, that she doesn't vocalize just yet, but she saunters towards the grandfather clock, inspecting it.
Yeah.
Does He's heard of some people like hiding valuables like in the behind the
Mhm.
sign. But I think she's kind of like push past to see if there's like a false back or anything.
Yeah. Wonderful. So you're checking the grandfather clock to see if there's something maybe hidden in some sort of crevice. You're looking for like a key.
Uh, Something.
Something.
I guess a key. I would say yes.
Okay. Yeah. You're looking for the spots that maybe you've caught keys before. Um, just notable hiding places on here, your as your neck cranks up to kind of reach in a spot that's a bit uncomfortable, you're basically looking all the way up the stairway circle here. Um,
Hmm.
and above you, you see a woman with mouth that looks stitched over and hair that has been chopped off and sawed off. And you see her look down at you. And then she stands up and then walks away over to the nursemaid's room. You find nothing in the grandfather clock.
Calm. Did you see something?
She's just standing there as she's like picking whatever limb she would have um uh in that grandfather clock. She watches the woman go. And then she points her sword up there. I saw a woman, mouth stitched. Her hair looked chopped off.
Did you
I believe we have someone wishing to help us, eh, Rayfield? Let us follow her.
did you see her fingers?
I did not.
Chef, I'm not going back up there if that woman's up there. If it's the same woman I saw in the mirror, might sooner step outside.
I think Tom here narrows her eyes at Rayfield and she's like, I believe she's a victim.
My thoughts exactly, my friend. Come, time is short.
Victim as she may be, you didn't see what I saw in that mirror. She looked ghastly. She looked. Who knows what a
Chef
spirit
promptly
like that.
puts a hand on his collar and says, "Are we really going this again?"
Alright, roll
Rayfield,
it.
if it's all the same, we should stick together. At this, especially with such little time left, it's
And,
safer if we stick together. If we
and
go upstairs, we go upstairs all together, and it'll be okay.
or you can go down by yourself if you'd like.
Oh
Right.
yes, I did forget about that dumb waiter. Why don't we go upstairs and you can check the downstairs, eh, Rayfield?
Um, um, Rayfield is just going to be looking from Irene's, actually soft-spoken, like encouraging words to calm, sort of blunt way of putting things to Chef's nearly nearly threats directed at him. He's just gonna be looking between the three of them. Could we, perhaps we could, maybe, uh,
You can close your eyes if you want.
no, I don't need to. Do not think of me as a child. Let's go. He's gonna sound frankly a little annoyed that he has to go back up there, but he will indeed follow, and he'll try to be in like the middle of the group if possible.
Wonderful. Let's go up, and we go up to the nursemaid suite. It's on the 3rd floor. It's down in the south. If you lost your character, let me know.
I've gotten really good. Oh, Irene. Oh, she got stuck between the walls.
They got lost in the fog.
Wonderful.
You're right here.
You're back. Out of character. In character.
Who walks in first? I think Calm. She was here first.
Yes.
Calm walks in. You walk in. You look around the room, and you see, of course, the all of the things they mentioned before. The mattress. You walked past this nursery. Actually, Chef, did you close that door?
I would say Chef would be in second alongside Calm.
Okay. Did you close the door when you left here earlier? The nursery door?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Oh, absolutely.
Awesome. Yeah. So you would have walked in Calm, that door being closed, and you would have walked in. You would have seen the bed and maybe the stuff they told you that was there. An unlit fireplace, of course, and then finally a mirror. And then in the mirror, you see exactly what Rayfield was told you about: a ghastly figure, fingers and toes cut off, stab wounds all over, stitched mouth, wounded ankles and wounded wrists. It's a figure standing there staring at you. It doesn't disappear when you look away. It's just there looking at you.
I think she tries to speak to it, to her.
Mm-hmm.
What would she say? Do you know where the room is hidden?
And it stares at you, and you see it like look away and almost cowered away for a moment, as if though it wasn't sure to trust you.
Chef would, I think, grab the needlework, Rayfield, and show it to the mirror and say, "My friend, Prada, we are not your enemies. We know you are the victim of this manor. You can trust us. We're here to put to rest the beast that is living here. If you could please help us. You have the word of my tribe. We are here to help you."
Awesome.
This is a Tom, like, I'm just looking at Chef like, fuck? No, we're not. We're trying to get out of here. What?
Very different motives come into light.
Chef says so. Chef, you say so, and you say so well that you see this figure look up at you and nod its head, and then you see it walk towards you, towards the mirror, and as it makes its way towards the mirror, as it would walk through
I'll
it,
make room for it.
the window cracks, and or the mirror cracks, and you just hear and feel a cold air come through this mirror.
Chef positions his fist accordingly and says, "Through the doorway, hey friends?"
And do you
And
punch out
with
the mirror?
I so do.
Awesome. And as you do, it cracks and shatters, and you almost hear a scream come along with it. And then finally, you're left with a small corridor, exposed now behind this standing mirror that leads up to whatever is held in this attic.
Onward, friends.
Very awesome. If you guys look above, you'll find a stairway, an L-shaped stairway. That is where you will be walking up.
I see. Oh, I see. I think would Chef go first? I think Calm, I believe.
However, I think calm. I'm not sure. You guys choose.
I'm asking Chef. That was a Chef question.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, he would be leading the way.
And I think Calm is close behind him. Oh,
Wonderful.
sorry.
You see this bare halls choked with dust and cobwebs, and as you're swatting through them, you see that there is an additional door here. This door creaks open as you move through, and it cuts through the air, and it exposes the attic. You see that this attic has several doorways. Pillars, of course, are holding this attic up, or several other foundations. There's a doorway that leads to the south. There is a doorway that leads to the north, as well as one opposing each other further east or west. Beyond that, there is a window here that leads to the outside.
What does Irene see when she looks out the window?
When you look outside the window, you see the outside. You see what you've seen before, and I'll expose that right now. You've seen what you've seen before, which is just the woods, the woods that are further off, the backyard, all exposed, not covered by that fleshy material that you encountered before.
Okay. I definitely will let the group know of that. I'm not sure if everyone here has seen that odd material outside covering all of the surrounding area, but seems that the back is cleared. I can see outside.
There's no mist or anything. No fog.
I believe that manner is not one that tells the truth very often. Let's not make any assumptions yet.
Irene nods in agreement to that.
I think in this instance, it's probably investigating this door. Maybe putting her ear up to it, see if she hears anything.
Awesome.
Anything beastly.
Awesome. You don't hear anything beastly. Um, you do hear something like rocking in a pace, though, coming from this room. You're not exactly knowing what it is, but it sounds consistent.
Oh, rocking.
Chef would like to put his ear to one of the other doors too, probably this one.
Awesome. To this door, you hear nothing. Not a single peep, not a single scratch.
Rayfield is stay
Yep.
by the exit here, and he looks like he's breaking down a little bit. He looks like he's ready to run down these stairs at a pin drop.
Awesome. Irene, is there a door you choose, or?
I think I'm gonna try to open the one opposite Chef.
Wonderful. So, Calm, would you have entered in this room?
No, not with the rocking. You step back.
Understood. Chef, would you have gone into your room?
I would have not.
And Irene, would you have gone into yours?
Yes.
Awesome. You walk into... That doesn't mean that Chef and Calm not going into the room isn't awesome, okay? I'm just saying awesome. It's a verbal tick. All right. You walk in, Irene, to a dusty chamber, packed with lumpy, squat shapes. White sheets cover all of these different things. You have a mirror that is covered, several like chairs. Some look like different different bundles of like storage items with the cloth thrown over as to not collect so much dust. This is just a storage room. A lot of places have these, and they often look like this. There is, however, on near this old iron stove, there is what looks to be a large trunk covered by a sheet.
May I pull the sheet off of what looks like a trunk?
Absolutely. As you do, you pull open this sheet, and you see that there is a trunk. You open this trunk. Do you? When you open this trunk, you find a corpse inside. The wounds here on this corpse are consistent with those that have been explained to you by Rayfield, or maybe now by Calm or Chef, regarding the hands, the ankles, and the wrists being cut, the fingers and toes missing, generally just disfigured beyond what she would have been. Can you give me a medicine check?
Yes. 19.
19?
19, yep.
Okay. Sorry, it's always like I can't hear the first syllable whenever you speak, so sorry about that.
I'm so sorry, yeah.
But looking at this woman, given her, you've seen that she was kept alive. All of these wounds were probably done at different times. All of these taken to the next level, and then finally, you see that this woman died of starvation.
Okay.
You see,
and there's
as you're inspecting these remains, you feel a cold breath on your shoulder, and you feel like you're being watched.
gonna turn around slowly just to inspect my surroundings.
Awesome. You see nothing. Seems as just it was.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything else in this trunk with Clara that I can see?
No, it is just her body contorted into the shape that would fit into the trunk. Obviously done post-mortem.
Okay. Irene is going to walk out of the room.
You're going to attempt to walk out of the room as the door slams in your face.
Okay. Okay.
Calm, Rayfield, and
Got
Chef, you see the door slam that Irene had went into. As the door slams, Irene, you attempt to unlock it, correct?
I'm so sorry. What was that last part?
Do you attempt to open it?
Yes. Oh, yeah. I am hands on that doorknob.
Awesome. It doesn't budge.
Okay.
Calm, Chef Rayfield. Do you
Um,
attempt to maybe open the door after it's slammed shut?
Chef attempts to beat this door open with his fists.
Awesome.
Rayfield's just gonna call out for her. Irene! Irene! Can you hear us?
She's calm as pointing her sword at it. She's about to Eldritch Blast this thing for once.
Awesome.
You
Chef,
know,
you
can,
attempt to beat
can,
at this
can
door.
we hear each other or? Okay.
Yeah, you hear them for that moment. Yeah. Rayfield
Okay.
shouts out
Yeah,
at you.
she's
Shh.
ready in action. Yeah.
Chef
think
is beating at the door. But Chef, a door, an old door even, wouldn't match your strength. This is holding. This door is
Chef.
not taking any damage from your attacks.
Chef turns to Calm and says, "This door, it's not even getting scratched."
It's not even a moment before she pushes Chef out of the way and tries to Eldritch Blast it. You know, something magical might help.
Awesome. You attempt that and it scorches the door, but it does not budge. It does not
Wait.
crack or splinter.
Stop! He's going to go past the both of them, and he's going to pull out a set of simple thieves' tools, which in this case would be some lock picks and some, everyman keys. And he's going to kneel down and just sort of put a hand up to them for a moment. If this door does have a lock on it, that is.
Yeah, this door doesn't have a lock that you would be able to pick into.
In that case, I rescind that.
Perfect. Irene, as you hear the attempts, a blast of energy, thumping, tools being brought out to potentially help, but it all starts to fade as it all gets colder around you, and you're trying to jostle the door open, and from behind you, you hear something speak to you, and they say, "You took him from me. You took my whole life from me. You whore." And if you turn around, you see all of these white sheets that are floating above all of these different, obviously, like furnishments and whatnot. You see them all fall flat, as though nothing was underneath any of them. Then you see all of them rise, and as they all rise, you see them rise with almost a body shape underneath them. The head, the shoulders, leads down to maybe hands, but you don't really see them, just the outline. And then you see their feet, All of the feet are sickly looking, and these sheets move amongst each other, walking in between each other's steps and moving past each other and standing still. Something as a trance, as you're shocked and you're staring. And she says, "I'm not gonna let you have him. I'm not gonna let you tear my family apart." And one of the sheets you see has an amber glow coming from the chest. And as that sheet moves, it moves with the others, and you almost lose track of that amber shard, of that glow, as it fades out, and these sheets begin to interweave into each other. And you see that one of them is getting closer and closer and closer to you. And we will end our session there, because it's time.
Bro.
Hell yeah.
Just cannot cut a
Did not
break.
catch a break at all.
Stop walking into things. Stop walking into places.
If it's getting close to end time, Irene
Distracts.
is getting exempt from going in
Yeah,
first
no,
anywhere.
Close to end time,
Yeah.
Irene has to stay far away.
Irene's getting
from
put in
all
timeout.
doorways and staircases. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Cases, doorways,
I hope
rooms.
you have another misty step that can fit through a keyhole, or otherwise
I
you're
don't know
fucked.
if that's gonna cut it. Yeah.
You should pick up
Yeah.
gaseous form. I don't know what to say.
That's gonna be the next step.
Oh, it's so funny. She walked in the room like, yeah, it's over. It's so over.
The exact
Nobody
room that
else
would have
walked
caused
in
it
their
too.
rooms. Like, I'm like, well, I'm going in, man. I go in.
No.
Okay.
I was gonna have Calm be like, hey, there's something rattling in here. Let's go in this together. And then you just went, I'll just walk in. I'm like, okay, you're fucked.
Oh my god.
That's
You're
so
fucking
good.
out of your board.
I'm
Gourd,
not
you're
even
gourd.
there. That was so perfect. I was like, dude, I'm not even trying. Just have the worst.
Just
Oh,
give it
man,
a go.
Trying to play the game. I'm not looking for trouble like this. Come on.
Yeah, might I say, I feel like I said the exact same thing 7 days ago. Thank God we stopped it there. Otherwise, Irene might have gotten hurt.
Yeah,
Thank goodness.
that is terrible, and that is so scary.
Yeah. Also, let me say, holy fuck, Judo. This house has been insane. Like, everything to do with Clara is like actually like fucking chilling me out IRL
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, Clara's so. Yeah, that is so fucked up. That whole room is terrible. Which I thought
Yeah,
it was awesome
between-
that Modal and Rayfield, or yeah, the Modal and you went inside that was like.
Yeah, no, it has been insane this whole time. It is awesome.
So,
Yeah, no. Calm gets the nice rooms. The rooms where like not really much stuff happens. She's like, I'm breaking the shit out of this mirror.
except for the
Oh,
One
no.
kitchen.
person that could probably handle that shit.
Oh yeah, except for the kitchen. You're right. She got fucking stabbed. She rolled a 1.
She can handle the mental load, but the knife coming at her is a little different.
Yep.
Yeah, very brutal.
That's
so
crazy.
funny. That's funny.
Thank God we all agreed to play next week.
Yeah,
It's-
no, for real.
It's the end of this goddamn house, probably. Most likely.
Judo, what would you say we're making good pace here?
Oh, you guys are making incredible pace. Incredible pace. My other groups were like finishing a floor at a fucking session. Like,
No way.
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah, and
That
I was
has to
honest.
be that's to be mind numbing for you.
Well, it was my
It-
first time running a game, right? Was with them at the same time, so
Oh.
I didn't know where to put the pressure on and what I could, you know what I mean? Like tools that I could use to lead you elsewhere or whatnot, you know? And I didn't do that well, which I think this time I'm kind of aware as to when there's a lull to do something, instead of being the very passive DM that's like just lets you do stuff. I think I do enough of that, but I think I know when it's like, all right, how can I help them move forward? But you guys bite onto a lot of stuff enough, you know what I mean? So you guys are like, all right, let's go do this. So that enables that. So
Well, that was in your notes at the start of the campaign. Make some
that's perfect.
biters.
yeah, no, that's yeah, no, I asked for it and I got it, and so that's why I'm like, oh, look at us, we're moving great.
Sure did. You
doing
sure
absolutely
did
great.
get some biters. Yeah.
Taking bites out of
Biters.
things is Chef's specialty. Yes.
Thank you so much.
That is
Yeah,
so
and
funny.
Aaron is Aaron is the fish.
Irene cannot stop at
Oh,
the bait.
shit.
She
Uh,
loves it.
It's so funny. You guys, yeah, you guys are playing very well. This is awesome. I hope the story makes sense so far as what you're putting together. I like what Chris did earlier with like asking, hey, with all these notes, like, can I put something together? That helps me be able to, you know what I mean? Let your minds put
Yeah.
something together, or at least make sure that we're on the same page as to what the, you know what I mean? What the vibe was.
Yeah, I
Um,
thought that was a great moment. Just to be able to almost summarize what we had learned in the house so far.
Yeah. Just getting the confirmations.
I want to
I
say
mean,
that moment between Chef and Irene when we were taking the short rest, that was fucking beautiful.
Oh, very
Wow,
pretty.
that was so good.
I'm
Yeah.
so glad. I've been
That's so good.
planning that for a while now. I
Oh,
just
really?
didn't know when it was gonna happen.
Nice.
I was just like, I'm so glad that Tom made that athletics check. because
So
holy
much,
fuck.
so much.
Holy fuck.
Rayfield was trying to be a little bitch and be like, but what about like her family last name? What about her legacy and all that? Thank God he can't put a stop to that shit.
Yeah.
It will come up again. It absolutely will come up again.
Yeah, he's gonna get his fucking ass handed to him. Sometimes you just gotta beat a dog. Rayfield's the dog. I don't actually believe this. I wanna. You should not beat
Yeah,
animals.
That's a crazy opinion that Yasmin absolutely holds in real life. Now that everyone knows, by the way.
That is not an actual belief. Say out loud.
Very good. Very good. Yeah, you know what? I think maybe next session you guys wrap it up. Maybe.
In the house.
Yes, maybe you do. And if you don't, that's okay. You'll for sure do it the other one. So
Yeah.
um,
I think also it's very funny. Chef is making a promise for everybody, and Com's just like, "What the fuck are you doing?
God.
What are you doing?"
I'm trying to GTFO, bro. What do you mean save? Who's we? Who the fuck is we?
Also, are we certain that Rayfield's trying to piece together the?
Sorry, you
piece
cut
together
out.
the what?
You cut out, Myrtle.
Nah. I'm saying, are we certain Rayfield's, piecing up the lore, or is he trying to write up a police report?
This is fucking tragic. Also, Rayfield. I think it was. Rayfield was ready to run the fuck out of here. If it hadn't gone the way it had with Irene getting trapped, if anything had happened in this room that they were all standing in, I was gonna flip a coin and maybe have him run the fuck out of there because he is starting to tweak out.
Oh yeah.
He's
I-
already tweaked.
Yeah, I hope I'm having it come across, but he is getting fed up with this fucking place. He's sort of losing
We're
it.
about to throw you down a fucking elevator.
I know. He would have
Yeah.
actually tweaked out if that had ended up happening. I
Yeah,
think.
you guys are all like, lock in. Rayfield, lock in, please.
Lock the fuck in, bro.
I don't know if Rayfield has a lock-in button. We gotta find it. We gotta dig deeper
Well,
in this.
he had a lock
fuck?
in. He had a lock in as soon as Irene got trapped into a thing. You know what I mean? Like when one of you guys are
Yeah.
fucked, you'll have the lock in.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, imagine that? Question mark! Exclamation point! Imagine
Yes.
that.
I just had like the cool visual of like the fucking SWAT team trying to break down a stupid ass door.
Oh, that video of them like with the battering ram. Have you seen the
Yeah.
video of them with the battering ram for like 7 minutes on a door and it doesn't break?
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's
Fucking
so awesome.
love that video.
Didn't the guy unlock it?
I don't remember. I don't know if I ever saw the end to that, to be honest. I think they might still be there to this day.
And
Awesome.
I think it's funnier because like Tom had to like lay her sword on her arm because it's like so long to like
Oh,
aim
yeah.
it because she shoots it out of the tip of her sword, so she had to
Oh,
be
so-
like,
She's like pull cueing it a little bit.
yep, exactly like that with her arm just like, all right, well, this is what we gotta do. 1d10 force damage.
Hey.
Doors are vulnerable to force damage. No.
How about a round
What
of
the hell?
applause? How about a round of applause for Yoon's art that she made of you guys, of your
Oh,
characters?
absolutely.
Oh,
That shit
Dude,
was so nice. And you
that
know, I feel so
is
bad because the fucking image that I have on the D&D Beyond was just a placeholder image. It was AI slot from DeviantArt. I literally just needed something there.
do you and does
Fucking
anybody? You tell
DeviantArt.
me, I'll make it your actual art right now, for your token. So if you want that art for your
Well,
token,
before that, like I would also be just down to like redo any that like I got less than accurate. So if you have notes for me, specifically Modal and Yaz, I feel like I was pretty off with those. So if you have any notes that you want to send my way of like how different they are and like in what ways, I'd be happy to like make changes and redo those.
I will say this. I never imagined Chef would look as good as he does with long ass hair.
All right, I did maybe take some liberties.
He
with
looks so
that.
handsome. I was like,
Sorry.
wow.
Jeff is,
Listen,
I
listen.
think, the best out of all of them.
Yeah, he's like-
by-
I had
He's
a
like the
time
prettiest
with
guy.
that one. Yeah,
What you trying to say?
I was like, all right, well, this is just happening. That's okay. I'll keep that one. That will just exist. But we'll
I
make a new one that's more lore accurate if you guys want to send notes my way.
That's like the fanon.
For
version of the
sure.
character.
Oh, you know.
Yeah, it's important also, like I did those mostly to kind of, I don't know, for me it's like easier to like visualize in my head like everything that's happening if I have like some type of like visual aid.
Frame of reference.
You know?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
Did be
yeah,
getting
that's
my
kind of-
art.
Nice.
I made her broader from the sketch I posted.
Fucking nice. 14 strength. Gotta go somewhere.
It does.
Mhm.
Right into her shoulders and arm. But her cloak is gonna shroud most of it.
but
Yeah,
very
that-
cool.
That art was amazing. Also, I think it would be cool if you are so interested, if we got some sort of DMO vision of like how we imagine judo, like lording over the sessions. Sort of how
I have thought about this. I have thought about this. So this is what was coming next. It was going to be a black cloaked figure with glowing red eyes coming out from like the hood area, and then like skeleton hands that are more clawed, kind of like I am
Oh, that's cool.
the fancy schmancy DM that loves to make people suffer. Ooh,
judo.
yeah.
I don't suppose you have like, do you have like a necklace or a pin or something that you wear like IRL or like a notable thing? For ya?
It's really
could be
just
like-
glasses. I just wear glasses.
I like the skeleton with glasses.
Yeah.
Anime
Dead,
glasses.
but
just
still,
can't
but
see the
still
eyes,
can't
it's
see.
just
Still
light.
has an astigmatism or something.
Yeah,
Wait,
no,
wait,
that literally
that
that.
actually cooked. That
Literally
fucking cooked.
astigmatism. But
I also
you
have
know,
one
Yeah,
too,
don't-
so we
felt
probably wear
that.
the same kind of glasses.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. But that's cool. That's cool. You know, maybe later I can get hopefully Yoon's version of the Strahd that I have made or that I had already commissioned elsewhere.
Dude, knowing you, this Strahd is going to be fucking diabolical.
Dude,
I
that
cannot wait. I
that letter
cannot
was
wait.
cool, huh? That letter's
Dude.
fucking cool. That guy is
If this
Not right.
is like the like the lowest level lackey to Strahd, not even,
yeah.
bro, I can only imagine what this twisted
You-
fuck is up to.
You are worms writhing in my earth is like the fucking hardest bar ever. I love
Fucking
him.
A, no.
I love him. Nah, it's awesome. As soon as you guys get out of this house, you guys are gonna be into the shit, and then we'll get Oksana in that same session. So, beyond that, you
He
guys
says
have
as if we're not
legit.
already in this shit.
You guys have legit what? 2 hours.
Yep.
So you guys got to pick up the pace because I am legit keeping track of time. You're not aware of the mechanic, but there is time. So
Mhm.
you guys have have to figure it out.
We're
almost
trying.
there, I think
We're
so.
fuck-
We're in the
fucking
fucking last.
trying.
We're at the
We're
last
fucking
floor of this
trying.
place. I fucking hope so.
Do you not see us trying?
I was saying, I was like, you guys are like, oh yeah, let's probably heal or something. Do you guys want to go through that door? Nah. All right. I was like,
I
So when they suggested a short rest, I was like,
But, like,
well,
You're not supposed to have. Don't
Yeah,
mention
yeah.
one secret room and have two secret rooms.
Yeah, Yasmin. How could you specifically do that to us? How could
I did. I did in fact do
'Cause
that, but that was
I was like, okay, as a DM, I'm allowed to do this. I'm allowed to give them one of these a session. Really?
and
Yeah,
we
alright.
said no.
I think at the start of the next
hearing
session we
in
should take
Judo's
another
voice,
short rest.
He was like, okay, so that's gonna be an hour.
Yeah.
You get the short rest.
You know, I had a doubt in my mind, but I was like, no, I'm scared. I'm scared. I have fear in my heart, so I
Just
wanted
like,
to.
wow, okay, good, sure, you can do that. If
I-
you really want.
Can you just give us a sprinkle, Judo, of what in God's name is going to happen if we do not figure this out by midnight?
Oh my god.
Are we cooked? Are
Oh
we
my
cooked?
god, Cookenstein. I mean, just you guys have to. You have to. I think you
Oh,
guys are
shit.
about to get to the sprint portion is what I feel like. You guys are about to be like, okay, we have to fucking do this, and then you guys are gonna do the thing that you have to do.
If anything,
Um,
by God, we're stuffing that fucking twink down the hole.
You guys are gonna be on action mode
No,
as soon as
no.
Irene
him
gets
alone.
done. As soon as Irene is done with whatever the hell she's doing in that room, then you guys are gonna move. I'm sure.
Okay, love that. Whatever the hell Urinate is doing in that room.
Why did
Yeah.
you do that, Aaron? Why are you walking places? It's the end of the run time. It's the end of the run time.
All right. What if we had Irene
I'd
go
love
down instead at the end of the next session?
I love that because if Yoon doesn't do that, then we don't get to have that moment. So I love that. I need her to do something at the end of every
And
session.
I knew that. It was all part of my plan. See?
You're
She's
like,
pushing the
"Alright."
narrative. He's
Out
biting.
here fucking-
She's like,
She's
all
fucking
right.
biting.
She's like, all right. Well, I'm just gonna go walk into this room, get called a whore, and then potentially die.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Hey, no
Just
problem.
an average.
Thanks for
Sunday
joining the
night,
game.
You know?
Thanks for the training. Yay. You guys said you signed on the dotted line. I could call you names. All right.
I cannot wait for Oksana and Erica's character to get in here. I'm so excited.
Yeah, she is fucking rad. She's really good at RP. I think you guys are gonna be having a lot of fun with her. All right, guys. I'm gonna go do my rituals. Have a good night. If you have any questions or whatever about stuff, let me know.
Yeah.
I
Will you take a
had
look at that,
crazy.
That feat I sent you when you get a chance.
I absolutely will. I've had a crazy week the past week, so that's probably my excuse for yours. I don't think anyone else mentioned me message me about anything. And so if combat felt good, or there's something that you need me to like shed a little bit more light on, please do so. There is a text channel in our Strange Blood here called Bag of Holding, and Bag of Holding is like a thing where your characters kind of like, in my head, have like things that they collect, right? Like the 60 bolts or whatever, right? But let's say someone didn't want to, you know what I mean, take them all or whatever, or they wanted to trade them amongst each other, or X, Y, and Z, and you guys wanted to message each other about that, absolutely feel free to just update that in the Bag of Holding page. So you would just be like, Irene's giving Rayfield 30. So that way I can just keep track in my head too, right? If you guys are trading out of game. Or in game while we're busy RPing, right? Additionally, there's roleplay chat. If you guys are so inclined to chat as your characters amongst each other, feel free. And then yeah, that's pretty much it. But hey, we have next week, so I don't know why I'm giving you the 2-week speech. So we have next week.
Away.
Right. I'm gonna go ahead and put in that next date in there, and so we're all good for the same time next week. And yay, let's do it.
Jumping, clicking my heels. Yippee!
Yippee!
I thank God we have a session. If we don't finish this house next week, it's gonna feel even worse. Knowing that we probably have the big
I
thing.
really think you guys are gonna finish. I really think you are.
If this doesn't put us on speed running to finish the house, nothing will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna finish it, or it's gonna finish you. So, let's.
I don't have another character rolled up. Come on.
That's fine. Oh, I wanted to mention that, guys. Before we move on, if you have thought of another character that you want to create or blah blah, the same rules apply. You need to, obviously follow the rules with the character building. Once you build out the character, check in with me about other stuff, right? Just we're going through the whole character creation thing again. Backstory needs to be complete, right? It's the same beat though, okay? It's the same beat that you're moving in with them to, you know what I mean? To go to the multiversal. It's the same exact stuff. Surprise, surprise, this game makes it very easy for me to just shoehorn that in. So, if you have those characters, create them. Because I would really hate for you to just die and watch a whole session, or for multiple, you know what I mean? Or watch multiple sessions because your character's not created yet. So
you'd recommend us putting together at least something?
I'd recommend you putting together something. The sooner the better, because I'm telling you guys, I kill people. I'm cool about it, but I do it. I just killed another character. I killed another character on Friday, so it was like it meant nothing to me.
Oh shit!
So do that. It meant a lot to me. It meant a lot to me. But they did have their character created around this time when they started. So make sure you guys do your character.
So what I'm hearing is that if we create a character, it's a death knell, so we should.
Oh, good point. Good point. It's like putting like organ donor on your card.
That is like putting organ donor.
Serve
on
them
your
up.
card.
Serve them up.
I'm gonna cash in early. No, but just make your character. I like making characters is one of my favorite things to do. So hopefully you guys can get behind just making another character. We'll put them on the back burner. We'll keep them hidden away. But you guys are playing really good, and I really like how you're playing. I think you guys are gonna, you know what I mean, survive.
Maybe we could be the first group. I'm gonna put some death nails out here. We could be the first group to go the distance. Original characters.
Hey, that'd be rad. Everyone else is sitting at about, I think I'm at about 42 sessions in every other group. So,
And how many
How
deaths
many
did you take
characters?
between them?
How many characters?
How many characters have died between them?
Yeah.
2.
Yeah. So
Oh.
one from each?
Hmm?
So one from each game?
Yeah.
Alright, that's not bad odds. If we
Good odds. Good odds.
we play smart.
Yeah. Very rad. All right, guys. You have a good
If we
night.
can knock sense into this fucking twink.
you guys have a good night. Love playing with y'all. See you next week.
Too.
Peace.
Take care.
Bye,
Later,
Judo.
games.
Bye, Judo.